Yes, good morning. Good morning. Today we have unemployment data coming out today. Will the market go up or down? Will the market crash? Let me know what you guys think. Uh, should be a fun day with unemployment data coming out. What's up, Layla, Shmi, Nars, Mac? What's up, team? Whew. All right. All right, guys. Today we have non-farm payroll data as well as unemployment. Oh no, let me make sure I got the right one. I might have done the wrong one. Hold on. Ooh, I might have. Hold on. Okay, we got it. All right, unemployment day today, man. It should be a really fun day. Will the market hold is the real question, to be honest here. All right, guys. What are Snap doing this morning? I still have my 40 shares. Snap's down a little bit, but like I'm already mostly out of it. I told you guys I cut mine yesterday. Uh, Still up pretty big. I don't know. I'm still pretty up nicely in Ford too. I bought Ford yesterday. Small little trade though. Weird. It doesn't even show me where I bought Snapchat. Yeah, Ford will be okay. What are your expectations? What's up, Mo? For unemployment and non-farm data? I don't know, man. I hope the market goes up, but I don't know. The market's up so much already. I told you guys yesterday I thought we might pull back a little bit. The market's just super extended on the upside. All right, guys. Where do you see that weather balloon? Hmm. Yeah, I'm reading about the balloon thing. Yeah, I'm reading about the weather balloon now. I'm gonna get the music playing. Yeah, I sold most of my shares. What's up? What's up, Daniel? All right, we're gonna do a poll here for unemployment data. Does unemployment and non-farm payroll data come in? Uh, Most bullish or bearish responses in markets. Does unemployment and non-farm payroll data cause bullish or bearish responses in markets? Vote on that poll. We got that poll live. We're also going to do a Twitter poll as we normally do. Yeah, we're so close, Snow. Man, we're pretty close to 100K, bro. I don't know. Like, I hope we hit it today, but, we'd have to get some really big views to hit it today. So, I hope we do. We'll see. We will get a timer up here. So today we've got unemployment, non-farm payroll data, uh, private payroll data. We got ISM non-manufacturing business data, ISM non-manufacturing PMI, non-manufacturing new orders, non-manufacturing employment, non-manufacturing business activity. We got that today. We've got, and that's about it. So I'm trying to see, like, I think we'll hit the 1,000. We'll hit 100K, I think, by Thursday next week. I originally thought it would be by today, but it looks like it's probably going to be by Thursday of next week at least. Because Monday we don't really have any big earnings. Like, we just don't have any big earnings or big echo data coming out over the next few days. We got Pinterest earnings Monday that maybe we'll cover. I think we might have covered Pinterest before, but Pinterest is a small cap in a way. I think I've covered Pinterest before, but I'm not sure. I don't think it'll be big. Bro, I had to report a few different scams this morning, to be honest. My channel's been getting lovely views, though. I'm super proud of my channel, man. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. We really do. When's Coinbase earnings? That's the question, too. Yeah, I just don't think we have any big earnings. I mean, we got Pinterest. I think we covered SoFi earnings already this year, right? What are other big earnings reports, I guess is the question. Let me check. I got to check the studio to see what's up with this. You can hear the music, right? You should be able to hear the music. Let me know if you can. No, it depends on which platform, Hayden. There's a bunch of different platforms. It's all relative to the platform you're using, brother. The move is at 8:30. Let me make sure I monetize this stream. I think I did. Yes. Yes. All right, good. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. All right, so let's track like all the earning streams we've ever done here. AMD, Meta, Tesla, Microsoft. Prior to that, I mean GME, and let me see when the next GameStop earnings are. GameStop earnings aren't until March. What about AMC? So the next AMC earnings date is February 13th. So not really big enough for us to really, care about. Nvidia. When's Nvidia earnings? Nvidia earnings will be big. Let me check. I'm checking Earnings Whisper right now. I'm looking up when the next big earnings reports are going to be. Nvidia is not until late February. So I mean, Rivian. What about Rivian? Rivian's not until later in February too. Okay. Coinbase is later too. I mean, we'll definitely hit it within the next week or two for sure, like without question. But to be honest, I'd like to hit it, soon. So yeah, it looks like that's all the big data. We don't really have any big economic data coming out. Where's Alibaba earnings? Baba earnings are already out, right? Baba earnings. So yeah, we don't actually have any big earnings for the next like 3 weeks. The biggest thing, like I know one thing, is that we'll for sure be there by the Tuesday after next. The 14th, Valentine's Day, is CPI data, and so that is huge data for market activity. Huge. I'm hoping we'll hit it today, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and put it out in the universe. We're gonna hit it today. Music sucks. You're good. Hey, well, thank you, Leo. I appreciate it. I'll take it as a compliment, bro. It's just lo-fi. It's calm music because we're trading here and we want calm. You know what I mean? But hey, I appreciate it. Listen, I'll take it as a compliment, sir. I mean, listen, when you look as good as me, and you're just the greatest trader of all time, like I am. Sometimes people are gonna dislike the music you listen to, and like that's something I've come to expect. All right, and I appreciate it. Cheers to you, man. Palantir earnings, or what? It's Palantir. I never say it right, bro. That thing has my freaking number. Every time I try to say it, I say Palantir. Palantir is actually the right way to say it, but I always say Palantir or Palantir or Palantir or all this different stuff, man. Snapchat moving up a little bit. I got a small piece of Snapchat, but I'm out of most of it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, listen, when you're the top 3 greatest looking traders in the world right now, definitely top 3, people are going to complain about your music. And again, that's just something I've come to expect. And it's all love here, man. It really is. I mean, I'll hate you forever for saying it, but, it's all love. Snapchat is up to 11.14. Let's see if it bounces back. Amazon is at 106. So pretty big gap down for Amazon. Gapping down about $6 a share. Still over $100 a share though. So I mean, we're gonna have some people that are like, "Oh, I told you the market's crashing," and it's like, well, this is still what the market looks like over the last 10 days. This is literally the market over the last 10 days, including today's price action. So, I mean, that's the market. We have unemployment and non-farm payroll data, both very relevant to inflation and recession fears, is non-farm payroll data today. And Palantir. Yeah, that's exactly right, Bob. What Pawn said is right. So they get revenue by memberships, donations, and they can monetize their streams. And if they do monetize their streams, then they can't use that music. But if they're not monetized, then they can use the music. Very similar to, like, you'll see channels here that play that music. They'll play some of the music, but they're not monetizing their stream, so they're not putting ads on it. And so because they're not putting ads on it, they can essentially just play whatever they want. If there's no ads on it, they'll play whatever. Oh, there's a Powell speech Tuesday. Oh man, I hope there is. When is the Powell speech, bro? When is it, dude? The Powell speech is, honestly, I was kind of surprised. The last Powell speech was our largest stream we've ever done. It was the largest stream we've ever done. The last Powell speech, bro, we had like 8,000 people simultaneously here. We got like 40,000 views for the last Powell speech. I hope there's a Powell speech Tuesday. If there is, we're hitting 100K Tuesday. Ooh, there is. He speaks at noon. Ooh, I'm excited now. Thank you for telling me that. I wouldn't have missed it. We would have still covered it. But now I know. Now I know Tuesday is the day. With that said, y'all hit the subscribe button. Help me hit 100K before then. But Tuesday will be the day, I'm sure. We're at like 99.1 thousand now. We need like 800 and something subscribers at this point in time. So we'll get close today. My guess is we'll be at like 99.5, 99.6 today, hopefully. Data's coming out at 8:30. Well, I think 100K is a goal, David, for most people in here. Every time I walk in here, you're hating your haters. Listen, bro. I mean, I'm the top 3 greatest hater in the world right now, for sure. Definitely top 3. But no, I think every YouTuber wants to hit 100K because, number one, YouTube sends you a plaque once you do it. So it's like, I'll have a plaque. Y'all will see the plaque behind me. And I'm excited to get the plaque. Also, it gives me the blue check mark. And so once I hit 100K, I'm established. I have the blue check mark. I'm top 3 most famous people in the world once I do it. So but no, it's 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'll put the timer up so you guys can see it. No, trust me, every person on YouTube wants to hit 100K for sure. All right, so it's 6:30. We still got about an hour and like 54 minutes until the data comes out. There we go. Did you ask Billy to subscribe? Billy, please subscribe. Hey, what's up, put spread? Yeah, I think the thing that people need to understand is, like, shorts could get squeezed out, bro. We got so many shorts here today, I think, on the downside, bro. Again, I've been watching this stream. There's so many shorts. There's so many bears, and at a certain point, like, I just got to troll them a little bit because they get so upset, man. They get so upset. All right, so Chat GPT is effectively the fastest growing consumer app in the history of the world. Wow. Snapchat looks okay. Amazon still green over the last few days. Hey, what's up, Richard? Top 3 most hardworking traders ever. Yeah, for sure. Hey, what's up, Puts? Yeah, and I can tell the channel's growing. I can tell each stream we're getting more and more people. You know, like each economic stream, more people are tuning in. If you look at my channel views, like not in, if you look at my actual live stream views, if you look at my live stream views over, you know, over the last like week or two, man, like every stream's gotten over 5,000 views. Most of them have gotten over 10,000. You know, like Apple did. Meta got close. The Fed Reserve got like 25K. The stream before that got like 12K. The morning stream ahead of that got like 12K. Tesla got like 12 or 13,000. You know, so we're growing, man. Like we're growing by like I would say, you know, we're probably hitting at least 4,000 to 5,000 subscribers in growth a month on this channel. And so, you know, if we keep this rate up, the rate of growth, at least we'll hit 200,000 sometime within the next year or two. I mean, to be completely honest, I'll be honest here. All right, I see some much larger channels than me. Like I've seen some guy who's got like 1 million channels that covers very similar stuff to what I cover, except he doesn't really stream as long as I do. So I stream a little bit longer and I'm a little bit more useful in my opinion. But he's got like over 1 million subscribers. He gets pretty similar views to what I get. And so it's like, even though we're less than 100K technically right now, like we're still getting, we're getting views. Hey, thank you, Puts. Yeah, y'all know I've been watching Yellowstone, bro. I want to move to Montana, dude. Montana's beautiful, man. I'm sure the land is expensive. Let me see how much a medium home price in Montana. Honestly, that's not that bad, bro. About 400K. I'm gonna buy a house there. You know? All right, guys, SPY up to 414s, almost just about 414s, bouncing at that level. And we drew this level before we bounced here, just to put this into perspective here. So we drew this level right here yesterday before we bounced. And you can see we bounced off of this level multiple times. And so this level has been, you know, very profitable. Another thing is like I've been making more money trading in pre-market. Like the range bound trades I've been doing are more effective in pre-market, I think. Found what you're good at a niche and furthermore enjoy it. Yeah, I really do enjoy it, except for my eyes. My eyes definitely don't enjoy it, but I do enjoy it, man. Thank you. Your live is very helpful in this crazy market. Thank you. Hey, thank you, man. Yeah, man, maybe I should YOLO in pre. We'll see. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Beach. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Hey, you'll get there, Beach. You'll get there, man. All right, team. Yeah. Yeah, well, what I'm noticing is like most of the time, like after the opening bell, I get stuck in chop, So it's like in pre-market, I've been doing well. I've been doing overall pretty well in terms of like day trading anyway, though. Like here is me this week, you know. So like in just day trading pure terms, we are up. Let me see on the week specific. We're up about $600. Here is the week. About 600, 700 bucks. So we're still pushing here. I think we're up more than that, though. I think we made more than that yesterday for whatever reason. It's not showing up on the board. Let me see what we're up. Yeah, we're up about $800 actually. So we're pushing. Markets will be crazy no matter the time of day now, even middle of the day now. We have shattering trends and announcements. Yeah. What did Carvana end up doing? I saw it ripping a few days ago, and then it basically pulled back here. I'm still holding its gains, to be honest, pretty nicely here. It's still, oh, never mind. I didn't see how much it was moving. It's still holding most of its gains, though. I couldn't see the price. All I could see is the chart. And I was like, oh, it's still holding its gains. And then I realized it dropped like $5+ a share. I'm still in Snapchat, though. For whatever reason, it's not showing you my buy, but I'm in Snapchat. My average price of Snapchat is $9.99. I'm still in a little piece of it, and it's still kind of bouncing back some. I'm also at Ford right now. I bought Ford. I'm still green on the trade, despite the pullbacks that we're in. So we're closer to break even, but we're still, we're still up about 10 to 15 cents a share in Ford, and I'll see if that continues. Yeah, to be honest, FMB, bro, I hear so many people telling me that. Like at this point in time, even if we do drop, it's about time the Bears got one right, because the Bears have been telling us that all the echo data was negative for the last week. And every time a report drops, the market pushes up. Report drops, the market pushes up. Report drops, the market pushes up. Bears say, the Bears were big mad yesterday in the stream. They were literally like, I could tell they were upset, and again, in the end, the market doesn't have to do anything. Again, I think people get really competitive about it, and I think people have to understand, if you're trying to predict short-term moves, or if you're trying to predict the response or even what the economic data is, then it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. So like getting mad that you're wrong about a coin flip is just not a reasonable thing. And I think a lot of people are getting mad at essentially being wrong about a coin flip. And I don't think that makes much sense. And I think there's a lot of people gambling on these economic releases when nobody knows what's going to happen, man. Literally nobody knows what's going to happen. I've been telling you guys this since before the announcement. And then even still, we got a lot of people upset. And it's just kind of like, look, you can't flip a coin and then get mad at the result. And essentially that's what's going on now. Is like you got a bunch of bears super mad that, for whatever reason, and maybe you got some bulls mad too. Again, I know the arguments already, and the arguments are Amazon posted the biggest loss of any stock ever. I understand that. As well as the other one was Apple missed on their EPS for the first time in a few years, and that's true as well. But at the same time, like what you really have to understand is that the market has already been pretty extended on the downside, and the market's not going to go down forever, man. I've been saying this I'll put it this way. I've been saying the same thing since 385. I've been saying the same thing. We are now at almost 415. So I've been saying the same thing for the last $30 in gains on the SPY, the last big percentage move over the last few months. I've been saying the same thing. And again, the market doesn't have to do anything. We're all taking calculated guesses. That's all it is. Calculated guesses. We're betting on probabilities and taking calculated guesses. But regardless of any of that, the market is down on the last year. So the market is red on the year. If you look at like a longer term chart, the market really is red since 2021. So the market is really red over the last few years, to be honest. So it's like the market's been red since 2021. So the market's been red for like a month and a half, or a year and a month or so, about a year and a month. And so in that regard, it's one of those things that you got to just look at it objectively and say, okay, maybe it's time the market starts to bounce back. It's certainly possible. Crashes are not easy to predict during 2020 and beyond. Obviously, the market tanked, basically the whole year throughout 2020, and that it's not going to keep going down forever. Eventually, the market's going to come back. The biggest edge that you have is long-term stocks are going to go up, regardless of crashes in between them. Like, you might have crashes in between the stocks going up, but the stocks are going to go up long-term. That's the biggest edge. It's the most data that we have in the market is that the S&P 500 goes up 8 to 12% a year on average. And now you're going to have crashes in between that. But to be real, the people who lose the most are the people who sell in those crashes. Like, if you really think about it, the market rebounds from a crash usually within a couple years. Most of the time it's earlier than that. Usually it's within a year or two. And so with that, the people who lose the most from these crashes, even if we do crash, the people who lose the most are people who get emotional and sell in the middle of the crash. And so unless you really need your money like this year to retire, selling during the crash is usually the worst move we can ever make. You're going to miss out on all the big rebounding back here. And a lot of millionaires and beyond are made from people that just scoop up stuff at discounts. And so, again, I definitely don't agree with the big influencers super encouraging people to sell. Michael Burry, with the influencers are telling people the market's going to hit zero. Just so much pride and arrogance, man. And again, in the end, we'll see what happens. I have no idea what the market's going to do, but I think you got to be objective about it. And I think you have to understand, even if we do crash, the people who lose the most are people who sell during the crashes. You can try to predict the bottom, predict the time, but, Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Jimmy, man. The chat was chaos, bro. Yeah, it's all good, B. Everybody gets mad losing money. Yeah, 100%. I get it, man. I really do. I understand. I really do. Again, you can be bad, but what I don't like is telling people. What I don't like is making fun of people and pressuring people to do anything. If you pressure somebody to do anything, if you say everybody sell now, if you say everybody buy now, I don't like that. I'd rather, again, when I see objectivity lacking, I don't like it. I'd rather people just be honest and say, hey, I don't know what's going to happen, and we'll see. Businesses always pass on prices to customers, and good businesses are always thriving. The majority will fail. This is why most of the market is driven by a few 100% XO. And it's one of the things where blue chips are the way. Don't get stuck. Like, everybody wants to make big money, man. Everybody wants to make big money. Everybody wants to 1000x their positions and make 100 times their money and be Michael Burry is essentially what everybody wants to do by using your brain and insight and all that stuff. And I'm sure they hate me right now. The bears hate me, I'm sure. And it's okay, because in the end, I'm not even saying the market. Maybe the market does crash. Like I said, I really don't know. But at least I'm saying I don't know instead of, the market's going to do this and the market's going to do that. And so maybe the market does crash. But again, nobody knows what we're going to get. Nobody. But blue chips are really the way to go. They really are. Blue chips, again, I don't think I need to bring it up again because I brought it up so much. But like Disney, man. Disney's the only example I need to show you guys, hey, like, the way I swing trade and invest absolutely works for me. Absolutely works. Again, Snapchat. After I bought it, it went up like what? Let me see. After I bought it, it went up like 15% within a day or two. Same strategy I talk about, same thing. And that's not going to happen all the time. But like same strategy I use went up like 15% in a day or two. To put it into perspective, the S&P 500 gives you 8 to 12% a year. Snapchat just did that in a day or two. Just buying it at discounts. And of course, everyone's not going to turn out like this. But again, I said the same thing about Disney when Disney was at freaking 85s, 86s. And I got made fun of. And now it's, now they're going to have to deal with a few weeks of gloating because, hey, when you're right, you're right. But yeah, Disney, incredibly strong. Same thing with Google, man. I said the same thing with Google. Even though they pulled back a little bit, I said the same thing when Google was down here at $89, $90. Said the same thing. Honestly, I bought Amazon, and Amazon was probably one of the riskier ones because the PE ratio is just obscenely high for Amazon right now. But same process, same concept. I don't know how long I held on to Amazon. I can't remember where I sold this one, but I sold it eventually. Now sitting on Ford. We'll see if that works. And again, it's certainly not guaranteed, but we are slightly green on the trade. And if we dip more, we'll probably buy more here, to be honest. So if we drop more, we'll probably buy more. But again, maybe not. I don't know. The PE ratio is just very low. It's a dividend company, so the PE ratio is gonna be low here, because they pay out dividends, and so like they're losing that in terms of stock price. But it's still Ford. You know, they've got some big things coming in EV. I've seen a few people say that, and I agree. I think Ford's got some big things coming in. So I like Ford. I think Ford will be fine as a company. And we'll have to just let time play out here for it. Again, I'm in Snapchat as well. I did the same thing with Snap. Again, I bought Snapchat here. And it wasn't a huge trade, but I bought it here. Again, what do I look for? Big emotion. I look for big emotion. And that's exactly what we got with Snapchat. We got big emotion. And I bought that. You know, it works really well. Like I said, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can. But that strategy works for me. To the point where I've actually thought about opening up a hedge fund myself. Man, I would wonder how much I would be able to run up a fund if I traded this strategy with it consistently. I think I probably could roll it up. You know, I don't really like trading with other people's money, though. But I've thought about it. F is still the 5th largest car company in the world. It's almost a natural outcome that it will eventually return to the old levels or grow. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm thinking too. If I can make a little bit of money in a dividend play, maybe. How much do they play? What's their quarterly dividend? Yeah, I mean, I get it, Beach, but I think you could do both, man. Again, I think you could hold stuff long term, and if it goes really deep in your favor short term, you can take profit and then buy it back on discounts. And if it, you know, so I think that way of trading just makes sense, you know. But again, everybody's different. Everybody trades differently, you know. So for dividend, I'm trying to see how much it is. It looks like it's a 15-cent dividend. Looks like 15-cent quarterly dividend for Ford. All right, so let's calculate it. I'll make a few bucks with dividend. Right, 100%. I look for discrepancies. I always tell people that, man. I look for discrepancies. Yeah, I mean, but what does the securities industry essential exam do? Like, here's the problem is that I know a lot of these exams, like if you look on Reddit and you look on like a lot of places, and I'm not knocking you, I'm not making fun of you, brother. I really am not. I genuinely don't know. I'm talking about what I've heard because I'd rather just be honest about it. I've heard a lot of these industry exams, especially like the technical analysis ones, are useless. It's kind of like getting a degree in entrepreneurship, you know, where it's like you're going to do better just being an entrepreneur, not getting a degree in it. That's what I've heard is the same thing with a lot of these security exams, is that unless you want to be a specific stockbroker or you need to get licensing for like some type of stock market platform or whatever it is, that taking these exams is essentially useless. No? Again, maybe I'm wrong. Again, I'm not saying they are. Okay, I'm not. I really don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm not saying they are. That's what I've heard though, and I've got some friends in the stock market. I know one that's an actual stockbroker, and maybe they're biased against traders. That's certainly possible too, uh, against retail or whatever it is. But that's what I've heard from them. Because I've thought about it. Because it's like for me, I've got all the time in the world. I've got money, and I've got time. I'm done streaming by 9:15 in the morning my time most times. So it's like I've got time to take some of these tests and get these certifications if it was actually valuable for me to do so. I thought about getting my Series 7, but I think it would bring more red tape than it would accomplish, I think, right? Yeah, unless you really just want to learn from the courses. Yeah. Well, Mitch, I'm sure, is getting his for Benzinga and working with them, and he's going to find value in that. I'm not doubting that at all. Props to Mitch, man. That's dope. Yeah. Mitch is my friend, man. Like I said, I went to his wedding last year. Fun wedding. Went up to Colorado with him, hung out for a few days, threw some axes. We went to axe throwing at a bar. It was fun. Yeah, when I got my real estate exam or when I got my real estate license, people don't understand how easy it is to get your license here. Like I got my real estate license. I think I'm pretty solid at test taking. Like one of my skills, if you will, has always been I was a pretty solid test taker. So it's like I can take an exam and pass it very easily, even if I don't study. And so with that said, I'm definitely the top 3 greatest exam takers in the world right now. But no, so it took me 2 weeks. It took me 2 weeks from deciding I wanted to get my real estate license to taking the coursework and passing my real estate exam. It took me 2 weeks. So I took the courses, passed all the courses, took the required necessary like content that you needed to read, and I passed those testing within a week. At Champions Real Estate Online. And then I went to take my real estate exam. And most people don't pass it their first time, but I went and took it and passed it first time. So I got my real estate license within like 2 weeks, very quickly. It's expired now, but I'll probably reactivate it sometime over the next month or two. Basically, I'm the top 3 real estate agents and, test takers ever. But no, Snapchat's still bouncing back a little bit here. I wonder if Ford is going to bounce back with me too. Yeah, for sure. Is there a good scenario for bears? Yeah, man. Listen, if unemployment comes in hot, I think the market's having positive reactions to economic growth now and negative reactions to economic weakness. And so I think in that regard, if we get high unemployment, the market will probably drop. But we don't know for sure. And again, the market has been anything but consistent over the last couple, weeks, to be honest. Anything but consistent. Champions. No, Champions is like one of the largest real estate education companies in the world, man. Like look up Champions Real Estate. Like you can go to actual classes if you want, but most of it's done online now, and understandably so. You don't need to go anywhere else. But yeah. What will be the effect of unemployment on crypto? Well, it depends on how it affects the market. It depends on what it shows up as. If unemployment comes in really high, the market will probably fall, I'm guessing here, to be honest. So if unemployment comes in hot, I think the market will probably drop a little bit. Yeah. All right, guys. Amazon's still moving up. SPY's still bouncing back up over the volume weighted average price. Again, we'll see if it actually holds here. Bro, do you not trade anything else like gold, oil, futures? I don't trade commodities. No, not really. Like most of the time, I'm trading stocks or broad market ETFs like the S&P 500 or the SPY or the Q or the E-mini or the micro E-mini or the NASDAQ 100 or whatever it is. That's usually what I'm trading. Unemployment is expected to show up as, honestly, and I'm pretty excited for next week now. But yeah, unemployment is set to show up as, because we got a Jerome Powell press conference, man. Unemployment is expected to show up at 3.6%. Last time it was 3.5%, so it's expected to come in a little bit higher than last time. So unemployment is expected to show up at 3.6%. Yeah, so non-farm payrolls. All right, so non-farm payroll data is expected to show up as what is it? Let me see. So non-farm payroll is expected to come in at 185,000. Release at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. You see the timer still got about an hour and a half before the data comes out. But man, crazy week. I don't think we have anything else today, too. Tesla moving up right now. Let's take a look. Snapchat looking good. Look at Amazon pop here. Here's Tesla ripping up, dragging the rest of the market up with it. Hey, you love to see it. I've been considering getting a real estate license. I think I'd be good at it, considering I built homes for over 35 years. Yeah, man. And if you're in Texas, brother, it's easy, man. It's not easy, all right, but getting the coursework is easy. Taking the exam is the exam was hard. I remember I think I scored like a 65 or a 70 on it, but it was passing. And again, it doesn't matter what you score on it. Like nobody looks at that. You don't have to get a 95 on it. Most people don't pass the real estate exam the first time they take it. But you can take it as many times as you need to. And again, if you get over a 65 or over a 60 or whatever the passing score is, you got your real estate license basically, man. Then all you got to do is find a brokerage. Real estate is, don't get it twisted though, real estate is a sales job. Like it's a sales job. I was never one, like, I've had a lot of odd jobs in my life, man. I really have. Like one time I was handing out coupons at pet stores. Okay, I've had a lot of odd jobs in my life. I've never been the type of person who liked going up and pressuring people to buy or sell anything. I've never been the type that like pressuring people to buy. Like I've never been like a salesman at heart. Like I sell stuff here. And like, you know, I can be persuasive, but like the pressuring style of sale is not what I like. Like, I don't like saying, hey, you have to buy this right now. You know, never been like that. Just don't like it. Not the type of person I am. We're going to cover the data as soon as it comes out right here. No, Michigan. No, you can't really do, you can't really do it in other places. You can, yeah, that's basically what it is, Daniel. You can, now the really cool thing about real estate, and what I'll probably end up getting my license for, is that I can use my real estate license on YouTube. The way I can use it is I can refer people. So like a lot of people are just pure referral agents, right? So they're just referral agents. So they don't actually do any deals. But if you have a large enough network, you can be what's called a referral agent, which means that like I can make 10, 15, 20% on a deal by just sending somebody a buyer anywhere in the world. I can go to, I can go to Canada. And if I have somebody that I know in Canada that wants to buy or sell a house, I can say, hey, person I know in Canada, I'm going to find you the best agent in your area. And then I'm going to give you their number and give them a call, and then I can call that agent and say, hey, look, I will refer this person to you if you give me 15% of this deal. And most of the time they're going to be like, sure, like that's fine, done. And so then I can just say, okay, here's their number. And then I make 15% without really having to do anything. Now, of course, it's negotiable how much your rate is, but generally it's 10, 20%, something like around there. But there's no set amount. But yeah, you could certainly do that. And anywhere in the world, you could do that as a real estate agent and just not do any work. You can work, but not have to sell houses. You can just refer people to sell houses. And again, if you know enough people around the world, it can be super profitable, much less stressful. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Minus 40 in Ottawa this morning. Oof, DS, man, that's cold, bro. Yeah. They could, but then you could sue them, basically, Colin. You could say, hey, and they're not going to. They're going to understand that. They're going to understand that. Like most of the real way you enforce it is through your broker, right? So it's like, say I'm at Keller Williams Real Estate. Keller Williams is going to have areas all across the country and all across the world. And so regardless of that, I could call Keller Williams and be like, hey, I gave this person a referral and they didn't credit me for it. And then Keller Williams will say, oh, my bad. Let me, we'll figure it out. But yeah, that's essentially how it works. Honestly, I've sold new homes, man. New homes are the best homes to sell, bro. New homes will give you a check for selling them. Like I've sold new homes before. They'll give you like an extra like $3,000 just to if you refer people. So like a lot of agents specialize in new home sales because you get a bonus for referring people to builders. Like you refer somebody to a home builder, that builder is going to pay you, a couple extra G's to do it. Hey, what's up, Ricky? But again, I'm going to pop everybody. I'm going to burst everybody's bubble here real quick. Being a real estate agent is incredibly difficult. And if you genuinely want to be a real estate agent, the reality of it, number one, is I'm technically not a real estate agent right now. And so I can't actually give real estate advice right now because I'm not a real estate agent. What I can tell you is what being a real estate agent is like right now. What being a real estate agent is like is the ones that are the most successful in real estate are the ones who have the largest network of people that they know in their area, right? So if like you're super connected and you would know all the businessmen and women in your area, and you have a lot of friends and a lot of family right around your city that everybody, and you got this big group of friends and all these different people, those are the people who are going to thrive as a real estate agent. When I first moved to Texas, I didn't know anybody. I literally knew nobody. I moved from Louisiana here. So I didn't know anybody when I lived here. I didn't have a big network of people, and it's not easy. Eventually, I'm not going to say I failed as a real estate agent, but I didn't sell enough homes to live off of, that's for sure. Yeah, you need a license, Ninja. You definitely need a license, man. You can't just do it without a license. But again, new home sales give builders they pay real estate agents bonuses usually, a lot of the time, not always. It's never completely consistent, but All right, so Apple has only missed 3 out of the almost 60 quarters that Gene Munster has followed with the company. He says, "I'm happy to report, despite the shortfall, the core business is intact." Again, I mean, here's the problem: is that people act like Apple is just struggling on the side of the street right now. Like that's not the case at all, bro. Apple barely missed their EPS and revenue. Barely missed. You know, they barely missed, man. They came in like what, like 6 cents short of their EPS. Very small miss. Their revenue, they came in like within, like it was within like 4 billion margin, which you might say, oh, that's 4 billion, but not when you're expecting 122 billion. You know, it's still a small percentage. It's less than 5%. Yeah, and so the big thing to understand is that Apple's still making a boatload of money. Um, Market's ripping up right now too. Look at Tesla pop up. Just broke up to 191 here. Let's see if Tesla hits 200 today. It's certainly possible. Market's starting to bounce back too. Yeah, it's still freaking Apple. Carvana spiking again. Hey, what's up, Hugh Gene? Yeah, most real estate agents fail for that exact reason. Yeah, you got to have a network of people around you. Like you're not gonna. You're again, if you think that you're just gonna start getting business, like bro, you don't have anybody to sell stuff to. Like, like you could sell it to friends and family, but eventually that's gonna dry up. And so unless you got a lot of family and a lot of friends and a big network of people that you know, and you're okay with like promoting yourself heavily, you know, like at this point in time, I could probably be a successful real estate agent, not because I know a lot of people in my area, but because I got about 100,000, you know, online friends right now, you know. uh, and so I could probably be a pretty successful agent. And that's probably why I'm going to get my license. Uh, you know, I'll probably create my own channel around it. But again, most people don't have it like that. And it's very difficult to succeed. Just to be honest, most people fail, and it's expensive too. It's not cheap. It's expensive to maintain an active license. Usually, it's at least a few $100s a month just for the licensing fees, as well as like promotional material, like you know, headshots, pictures. You know, people don't understand when you sell a home, when you're a listing agent, you got to pay the photographer yourself. Like you got to pay all that stuff. You know, and then if the home doesn't sell, you lose all that money you spent. So, you know. Margins can be good, but it depends on what you're doing. Trend I've seen lately is the 50 moving average on the 10-day, 30-minute chart becomes resistance on the E-mini. If it breaks above that here in a bit, I'll be a little bit more bullish on the day. Yeah, I mean, market looks strong right now. It's mostly from Tesla moving up. Like Tesla's kind of dragging this up some. Matterport, I've used Matterport before. Matterport has the 3D tours of homes. Ace. And so, yeah, like I said, I was a real estate agent for, I didn't necessarily fail. Like I sold homes for sure. Uh, but to be honest, other things in my life became more profitable than real estate. And so, you know, we just kind of pivoted to that. But I kept my license for a long time. And again, it's off and on. I'll activate my license whenever I need it, which will probably be sometime in the next few months. All right, guys. Tesla's still moving up. SPY at 414s. Yeah. Again, I was talking to my daughter about what to do with her life. You know, my daughter doesn't know what she wants to be. The first thing I told her was like, get good at math, like learn math, like don't slack on math. Everything else is valuable, but whatever you do, I told her learn math, learn English really well, and then whatever you decide to do, shoot for the top of whatever you decide to do. Like, you need to be ambitious about whatever it is. I don't care what you do. As long as you're passionate about it. I told her, if you're not passionate about whatever you choose to do, it's not going to work. You got to be super passionate, borderline obsessed with whatever you want to do. And if you are, then you'll have a pretty solid chance of succeeding and genuinely being happy with your life once you do it. If you're doing something that you don't like doing, and you're not passionate about it, and you're not really shooting for high ambitions in it, then you're going to be unhappy. There's a lot of downfalls. So she's about to be in high school. So I just told her, like, look, the next few years are about figuring out what you're passionate about. Like, when I was her age, I was passionate about like computers and tech and video games and Zelda. I can remember loving Zelda as a kid. Pokemon. I love Pokemon. But I also had a video camera everywhere I went. Like, I remember I was a skateboarder, so I would walk around filming my friends, and kind of like, it was when the movie J.A. had just came out, so I would walk around filming my friends and with a video camera, skateboarding and stuff like that. And so then, looking back, it kind of makes sense, I guess. Ford up there at 1340s. Yeah, she's learning Spanish right now. Like, I know a little bit of Spanish. My dad is very fluent in Spanish, and so is my father-in-law. So that's what she's learning right now. Yeah, Danny. I remember it. Yeah, 100% Corey. Sponsor me videos and the such. Yeah, man. I was good too. I hopped on a skateboard. My daughter thought I was just joking when I told her I was good. She had never seen me skateboarding before over the last few years, and I did a double kickflip and run in front of her, and she was like, "Whoa!" So I was good, man. But once I hit like 16 and I had no sponsors, it's different now than it was back then. But once I hit 16, I had no sponsors. I just figured I wasn't good enough to be pro, and I just kind of gave it up. I didn't continue skateboarding after like 16 or 17. I just stopped completely. Nowadays it's different. Like, people make fun of the influencer culture, but the reality of it is, nowadays you can do whatever you want. Like, back then you needed a production company and you needed a sponsor to pay your stuff and all this different stuff. At this point in time, you could, like, now the beautiful thing about the modern age is now you can be your own sponsor. You can create your own videos from your phone that everybody has and edit them really nice and grow a following that funds your venture yourself. You don't need a sponsor anymore in that. And that's one of the cool things about the modern world, is that technology has gotten so good where, it rendered a lot of those production companies obsolete. It rendered a lot of those sponsors obsolete now. So it's like, if you're good enough now, you can do it without taking on as much risk. Definitely top 3 skaters ever in the world for sure. Definitely top 3. What's up, No Mode? Bad news, good news. I don't know. The real question dynamic of the market today is, will economic growth cause growth in the market? Historically, over the last 8 months or so, economic and GDP growth has been a bad sign for market activity, because inflation has been really bad. And so since inflation has been bad, the market has not loved economic growth, because it just means prices are worse, basically, right? But yesterday with jobless claims, jobless claims came out, and they came out lower than expected, and the market flew up from that. Right. So that might be a positive and optimistic sign, that instead of the market fearing an inflation and not liking economic growth, maybe we're at a period now where good is good again and bad is bad again, and economic growth is going to be seen as positive. And so if we have a lower than expected unemployment rate, maybe we get positive reactions. Again, I'm not saying for sure. I really don't know. Pure speculation. But I think yesterday's jobless claims report is interesting here. It might tell a little bit of the story. Again, jobless claims came in lower than expected, which over the last 8 months would have certainly caused a negative reaction. Yesterday, the market pushed up with that data, so I'm hoping it's good. Yeah, sorry. Here you go. Hard to see which chart. Yeah, we'll draw them. Here's a SPY. Here's Amazon. Hey, what's up, Miguel? If the NASDAQ somehow goes green today, I'm convinced it will never go red. I don't know about never. Never is a strong word, but maybe. I don't know. Do you see a handle forming on Tesla? Bro, I've got this weird pain in the... Yeah. Maybe it's from golf? The pit of my elbow hurts. It's been hurting for the last few days. Hey, what's up, Steve? Kevin? Do you see a handle forming? So I'm assuming you mean like short term, right? And I'm guessing you mean like this. You know, like I don't know. I don't know what this is. Could be a head and shoulders. What's the time frame we're looking at here? So I mean, you could be talking about this little move, but you know, we'll see what it does. I'm not using the anchored VWAP. I'm just using regular VWAP. All right, so Snapchat's still up. Ford's still up over the last day at least. We'll see if it works. Time crisis, man. So yeah, Tesla basically dragging the market up over the last couple of minutes here. Big pop. Let's see if we test 200 today. We might, man. We might. Y'all can hear the music, right? Job date is at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. The expectational numbers might be right here. They might be. They might not be, but they might be as well. With other recent big tech layoffs, I'm expecting unemployment will be slightly higher. Seems like we're in a weird spot where it's even more unpredictable than normal. 100% Julie, for sure. Hey, what's up, Miguel? Hey, I'm in Houston, man. What's up, dude? Yeah, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time is when job data comes out. All right, so my guy Abron, Adam Aaron, the CEO of AMC, Aaron, as they like to say, he has made some Twitter posts. Let's look into them. My guy Aaron said, quote, he said, my personally hosted movie screenings at AMC theaters in the US and Europe have been wildly popular. Starting in December of 21, I've done 14 cities so far. I'll do many more in 23. For me, meeting and talking one-on-one with our shareholders are some of the best days of my year. He said, he posted a picture that said, quote, just talking to you makes my day better. Shout out to AA Ron over here. He also said on his next tweet, quote, where will I host screenings next? Phoenix Friday, February 10th, Titanic 25-year anniversary. Denver, Wednesday, February 15th. Marlowe, Charlotte, Thursday, February 16th. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Detroit Friday, Creed 3. Like, what happens during these meetings? Do all the AMC shareholders just get around and pat each other on the back, or how does this work? You know. What's up, Matt? Bro, I didn't even see you, man. Huh? Hey, bro, you should do a trader freestyle to this beat. Y'all gotta pay me more for freestyles here. Keel and Peele, yeah, man. My daughter and I have been watching Keel and Peele lately. Hilarious, bro. I watched Keel and Peele when it first came out like 10 years ago. Loved Keel and Peele, man. My daughter and I, my daughter's almost 14, so she loves Keel and Peele, man. I love it too. It's great. It's funny. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter about the truck rolling around. Any thoughts on natty gas? I don't really follow commodities like oil and gas too super closely with my own trading, at least. Not super closely. All right, guys, it is unemployment day. Unemployment day. All right, guys, SPY bouncing right at that level here. We're watching these support levels that we drew here. All right, market bouncing up to 414. Still very strong. Couple weeks, really couple months here for the SPY. Any of the other stocks? What's a low PE company that looks good? Enlighten me, team. Help me out here. What's a low PE company that you like? Any low PE companies that you guys like? Let me know. Low PE, cheap, large blue chips that you think will go up long term. Give me some arguments here. Let's hear them. Market's still testing 415s. Amazon's, you joking me, Kyle. Get out of here, bro. Amazon's got the highest PE ratio of any stock ever right now. I don't know about any stock ever. Charge point, it's a mid cap. I don't touch it. Any mid cap, I'm not touching. Again, mid caps are the biggest losing stocks in the market. You know, most new traders get talked into investing in mid caps. And again, to be fair, the risk to reward is much better. Or not the risk to reward. I'm sorry. That's the wrong way to say it. It's high risk, high reward, but the reward potential is much higher in mid caps, but they're just less likely to succeed. You know, like Peloton, BYND. There's a bunch of them I could name really that I've been very skeptical of over the years, and I've been absolutely right about. Again, it's just one of those things where mid caps I just avoid. You know. Hey, what's up, Chris? Oh, it already kind of has movie. Yeah, I know. It's all good, man. I'm just messing with you too, Kyle. It's all good, bro. No, what'll happen, elevate, is that it'll show um, a lot of the time, if like right now, for whatever reason, my Ford trade is showing me that I'm down $23 on the day. I'm actually not down. I'm actually profitable. You can see the opening trade is green. But for whatever, like when you buy something in after hours, the next day it'll act like you held it through the gap down, which you did, right? And that's what it's showing for Ford right now. I think it's just a weird glitch on TD Ameritrade. U.S. Steel, Citigroup, Plug is a mid cap that I'm not touching. Again, these need to be blue chip healthy companies with low PE ratios. If they're not, I'm not going to buy them. You know? Probably not going to buy them anyway, but definitely not buying them if they're not low PE. And they are mid caps. Affirm's a mid cap too. I don't trust it. Marvel, don't trust it. GM. Does GM pay a dividend? I don't know. GM, I think, is probably one of the riskier automobile companies in the world right now. Hi.
Jack's not putting on his pants.
Huh?
The Jack's not putting on his pants, and he's giving everyone a hard time.
Okay.
Can you just like tone?
All right, sorry guys. Kids came in here to send me by for school. But yeah, let me look at what the other ones. Race is Ferrari. Oracle, 18 PE right now, not too bad. Yeah, I don't like software companies, and I know I'm kind of picky, but I think the reason I'm so accurate with my swing trades is because I'm picky. But I don't like software companies, not necessarily. It depends on which ones. Not Oracle is just, it's huge. Oracle is an absolutely huge company, but Laser, I've never even heard of it, so it's it's not a big blue chip. NNDM, yeah, it's just like CEI, SOS, and all the other penny stocks that YouTubers pumped up and then forgot about because they crashed and didn't do what they said they would. Hey, what's up, Life? Hey, it's all good. See what other people said. Oracle, maybe. GE, maybe Ford. I don't know. GE, it might be okay. GM is the riskier company, and because and you can make whatever. People can make money. Like I said, just because I don't like a specific stock doesn't mean you can't make money with it. It's like, to put it into perspective, you can tell people made a lot of money on CEI. It doesn't mean it was a good company, And again, I don't know. I don't know. Affirm is just not established enough for me to buy it yet. It's a mid cap, and again, new traders and young traders lose more money on mid caps, in my opinion, than anything else because they overestimate their likelihood of success. I don't know how many people I heard in my stream buying Peloton. Peloton has just been super weak over the last few years, lost huge percentages. BYND had a ton of huge investors in it, lost a large percentage of its value over the last year or two. I can go on and on, but when I buy something, it needs to be a for sure thing. Like Ford's not going to go out of business. Those are the companies I'd prefer to buy. But they are patience. Like, it's a patience game. It really is. I see a lot of mid caps being mentioned, and none of these are good enough. Let me look at the S&P 500. All right, so we got Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Exxon. Where's Nvidia at right now? Nvidia at 213 is very strong. Intel at 30. Nah. Bank stocks, JP Morgan down at 140s. Maybe that's a consideration. Home Depot. I think Home Depot will have a use, but it's so high and expensive. I don't know what the PE ratio is, but not enough on the downside for me. Let's see about Pepsi. Nah, Pepsi's kind of break even on the year. Walmart's a little bit green on the year. Cisco's not bad. Disney's still just popping back up. McDonald's, no, I don't trust McDonald's long term. Where's Nike at? Nike makes money. Nike still got some time to give it. QCOM posted earnings recently. Lowe's. None of these really, nothing really looks cheap enough for me right now. I think I'm just gonna wait, not take any big positions. CVS. Ooh, CVS. What's Walgreens at though? Walgreens is a little bit better. So CVS and Walgreens might be an option. CVS is very cheap right now at $85. What's the PE ratio of CVS here? CVS has a PE ratio right now of 36. Not good, but not really bad either. All right, I think CVS will be fine. So CVS is what I'm considering. When's the earnings for it? CVS earnings. All right, CVS reports earnings on the 8th. So Wednesday next week, CVS reports earnings. So I think we'll wait. It's going to be influenced too much by market moves today, and they report earnings next week. Now, if CVS drops really big from earnings, maybe we'll consider it. What's the Walgreens PE ratio? Let me see. Walgreens PE. Doesn't even show me Walgreens PE. I'm going to have to look it up myself. Hold on. All right, Walgreens. Let's calculate Walgreens PE. Tesla still looks strong here. We got a little flag pattern on Tesla. So let's add this up. Let's see what Walgreens PE ratio is. All right, so Walgreens yearly PE or yearly EPS, I mean, currently. All right, the trailing. Ooh, Walgreens is doing really bad. They've got a negative EPS of the last year. Mostly from their last quarter, they did really, really bad. So Walgreens, we're not buying it. Their last quarter, they did drop down to freaking $30 a share here. So I don't know. That's kind of how I look for discounts. We didn't really find anything we like yet. I think we're just going to wait for earnings to come out next week. Let's see what earnings drop. Maybe we'll get some dips to capitalize on. Today, we don't really have anything big right now. Yeah, nothing really big today. CBOE, maybe. But nothing really big today. Let's see. Monday, we got... All right, so Monday we've got Tyson, CNA Financial. Nothing really big in the morning though. In the evening we got Pinterest, Activision Blizzard. Where's Activision at right now? Activision's all right. It's not great. All right, Amazon's still riding up here. Let's look at Apple here. So here's Apple. And Apple is still down on the day, but it's not really that bad. It's at almost 148s here. I just tapped 414s here, 414s. All right, so sorry, I haven't checked the chat in the last like 10 minutes or so, so we're gonna check to see what everybody else thinks. Coca-Cola. Oil. Shopify. No, I don't like Shopify at all. Shopify, I think there's too much risk for Shopify of becoming obsolete. So I think there's too much risk of Shopify becoming obsolete. Again, Shopify is mostly used by drop shippers, and it's a little bit sleazy. And Amazon takes the kind of Amazon still is going to eat their lunch some. You know what I mean? And it's mostly drop shippers who are so I just don't like Shopify at all. I don't think Shopify is a good company to invest in, but I might be wrong. ExxonMobil, yeah, maybe. And again, remember, guys, I'm not really looking at technicals in this aside from extension. So like any type of big, broad, long-term, I'll put it this way. Let me think of the easiest way to put this, because I'm sure we're going to get some haters when I say this. But I'm sure we're going to get some haters when I say this. But technicals don't work long-term on most stocks, aside from extension. So like the longer term you go out, the less technicals matter. And the more fundamentals are going to trump everything. Now, short-term means more. Short-terms matter a lot. Short-term technicals matter a lot, obviously. But long-term, like when you're looking at like stuff over like a year plus period, technicals mean less. Not saying they don't matter at all, but they just mean less, And so when I'm looking at stuff long-term like that, I'm not looking for some obscure technical pattern. I'm mostly looking for extension on the downside. And when we get extension on the downside, and the company has a low PE ratio, so good fundamentals and downward extension, that's when I like to buy it up. But again, it can't be mid-caps. Chevron is 2 up on the year. Exxon is as well. So again, I'm looking for cheaper stocks than that. Polestar is a mid-cap that I don't even know if it's going to succeed. I think there's way too much risk for Polestar. So Ryan Cohen investing in a Nordstrom. What's the symbol for Nordstrom? I forgot what it was, man. What was it? So jobless claims came out yesterday, not today. Today's unemployment data. All right, guys. Apple rebounding big here. Market's getting dragged up with it, to be honest. JWN, yeah, that's what it was. So yeah, Ryan Cohen with some news about Nordstrom investing in them. All right, so Cohen buys stake in Nordstrom and urges board shakeup. Yeah, so this is the news on Nordstrom right now. Okay, yeah, that might make it a little bit more. But even still, even if Polestar is owned by another bigger company, I just think there's too much risk for me personally. Again, I'm not saying it's not going to succeed, but just for me personally, I just don't like the risk. Also, guys, we are going to throw it in sub only mode now. We are pushing towards 100K. We are very, very close to it. So, hey, have a heart, okay? Save a starving YouTuber. You know, bring Sarah McLachlan out in the arms of the angels. Hit the subscribe button, please. Do it now. I appreciate you guys. All right, guys. Apple up to 149 is only $1 away from 150 now. That's great. Price target of Apple, JP. I can look at it. JP Morgan, 175 is the price target for Apple, 175. Hey, thanks, Ricky. I appreciate it, man. Hey, like I said, y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We appreciate you all. All right, man, on Tesla at 300, I'll be holding for years. Hey, good luck, man. I don't know. Tesla's too risky for me, too. Again, I'm kind of picky with stocks, man. I really am. And again, I might be wrong about any of these picks. I might be like, not wrong. These aren't really picks. Don't copy me. Not an investment professional. No idea what I'm doing. Wildly wrong about everything. Still, I might be wrong about some of these. Like, some of these might go up, but I just don't like them because they're less of a sure thing for my trading strategy. Like, I need for sure things. And understandably, we just don't have that with some of these, I think. But again, pickiness is a great skill. Is good news good for the market nowadays, or is bad news good? Have we shifted now? I think yesterday's jobless claims report could indicate that we are more so in a market that is fearing a recession more than inflation, and with that in mind, it could be something today. And again, it could be. It's definitely not like a certainty, but it could be something now where economic growth is positive for the market, where over the last 8 months, economic growth has been bad for markets, lower unemployment has been bad for markets and the market has dropped. At this point in time, we might see that reverse to a more, positive economical growth situation where it's like we're reacting positively to economical growth, like lower unemployment or higher GDP or so forth and so on. Again, jobless claims came out yesterday, and with jobless claims, they came in lower than expected. And again, over the last 8 months, that would cause a negative market reaction because of inflationary fears. But yesterday, the market pushed up ahead of it. So, hey, maybe we're getting something where economic growth is seen as a positive. And maybe, if we have lower unemployment, that's going to make the market go up. Maybe not, but maybe. Apple misses and still goes up. Yeah, for sure. Aim for easy layups, 100%. Like, I need sure things long term when I buy stuff. Like, right? Like, to understand my swing trading strategy, and we talk about it all the time. We're a freaking broken record at this point. But to understand my swing trading strategy, like, it needs to be a for sure thing long term. That is a prime part of the strategy. Is it needs to be a for sure thing. Like, as Chris says, it needs to be a layup short term or long term. Like, it needs to definitely go up long term. And the only argument is whether it'll go up short term. That is the only way to look at this, right? So it needs to be something that is going to go up long term for us. It needs to be something that is like for sure going to go up long term. Like Apple's going to go up long term. Disney's going to go up long term. Amazon's going to go up long term most of the time. And so it needs to be something in that regard where, you know, long term, we don't have to question it. And mid caps are just unfortunately not like that. You know, mid caps is a big question on whether they go up long term. You know, Polestar, arguable. You know, I saw some people mention a bunch of stocks. And again, whether those stocks are going to go up long term or is arguable, I don't want it to be arguable. You know, I need it in that way. Like I can buy big extension on the downside. And then if it goes in my favor in a week or two, great, I'll take some profit. If it doesn't, I can sit on it as long as I need to and turn it into an investment is basically how I do it. And again, a lot of people might disagree with that. But in my opinion, the biggest edge we get in the market is long-term blue chips go up. And, you know, I'm not underestimating that edge, chasing rainbows, you know. Yeah, most of the time. Well, there's never a for sure thing, but I want as close of it as I can. You know, Apple lost billions and billions, though. Yeah, but they're still Apple. Okay, Apple didn't lose billions and billions. They might have pulled in billions and billions less than they're used to, but Apple. Apple, I'm sorry, I'm you know, I'm definitely not playing poker on the other monitor. I'm definitely not doing that. But no, Apple made a ton of money. Like Apple, let's put this in perspective. Apple guys posted EPS. Let's see what they actually posted here. So Apple posted EPS of 188. They put in revenue of $117 billion. People act like Apple is like slumming it on the streets right now. Like, bro, Apple brought in $117 billion last quarter. 117 billion. You know what I mean? So like, yes, they made less money than they thought, but they still brought in a ton of money. They're not struggling here, guys. You know, and so it's something to understand. Like their EPS was still positive. Like they still made money last year. Or they still made money in the quarter. It was only slightly. It was like 6 cents less than expected here. So again, in that regard, you got to look at it like Apple's not slumming it on the streets here. It's Apple. Okay. Now they might have missed their results, but they still made money. Yeah, don't go chasing waterfalls. You know, a quote by Pee Wee Herman. Yeah. I mean, I think this is the way I trade. This is, again, I'm green on the year. You know, again, I'm not like wildly green or anything like that, but we are green on the year. Looking at this. Yeah, we're up over $600 in 2023 so far. And again, it's not the biggest gain, but it doesn't matter. I'm not claiming to be some super expert trader or anything like that. But I am green on the year, which is, I promise you, which is better than a lot of people can say in swing trading for sure. Hey, what's up, Dave? Yeah, top 3 for sure. All right, so Apple's still moving up. SPY testing that 4 to 1450 level. Maybe attack. I hope so, bro. Yeah, man. Again, you got to understand the bias of bears in this situation, to be honest. So yeah, you got to understand the bias of bears, which is high. Like bears are, again, the market is ripped up big. To put it into perspective, a lot of people, the market is ripped up big over the last couple months. This whole area is just nothing but green action, basically, over the last few months. During this entire period of time, bears have been telling me the market was going to crash, right? And so even if we do crash, they've still been pretty wrong about the timing. And again, it's one of those things where people are like, oh, well, Burry might have been right about the timing. And it's like, look, man, in the end, you got to understand, nobody knows what the market's going to do. I know people idolize these big traders like Burry and some other influencers and all that stuff. Like, I get it. But like, they're going to be wrong sometimes. And that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to be, right about everything. But they're certainly going to be wrong sometimes, and that's normal. In the end, nobody's right all the time, and you got to look at it objectively for what it is, which is that Michael Burry is a notorious bear. He always has been. He's very bearish. And it's one of those things where we'll see, we'll see over the long run if he's actually right. Yeah, maybe we're overextended. It's again, it's possible, but acting like it's a for sure thing is not accurate. And I think that's the point. Like, I've been very vocal about this. Acting like the market has to go down or has to crash is just not accurate. And then you get a lot of people that are acting like it does, and it just doesn't. It's not necessary. All right, guys. Amazon up to 109s here. Amazon up to 109s. SPY over 415s. Good thing it's not all at all for once. Meta announces, Meta saved itself from the buyback for sure. Apple still push it up, almost up to 149 now again. Amazon almost up to 110s. All right, so Apple push it up. SPY still moving. So market started to dip down, but look at the SPY pop here. So SPY still moving. Apple's still getting ready to test the highs. Let me get my poll out. What's the poll numbers look like? All right, so we're just kind of being patient, waiting here for something to happen. Again, we bought Ford yesterday, and it's up. Snapchat, we're up. Again, in my opinion, patience is the real edge in the market. SPY up to 415.50s. All right, guys, we got 25 minutes before unemployment data comes out. 25 minutes. It should be an interesting release here. Hopefully it's good. Yeah, patience. Patience is what makes you money long term in the market for sure. Again, and you're gonna have people that discount or discredit me. Like I said, like I can sit there and be like, "Hey, I'm not an expert. I'm not a guru. Like I don't even claim to be a good trader." And people are gonna complain. Like I said, in the end, I've run this channel for a long time. What happens is like some people just dislike when other people make money, like for sure, right? So it's like no matter how many times I'm like, "Hey, I'm not an expert. Like, hey, I'm not a guru. Hey, I don't sell a course." Like you're gonna have people that just kind of sit around waiting to critique you. That's human nature. When people are unhappy with themselves, that's kind of what happens. But over time, I got to just learn to ignore everybody and just kind of do my own thing. And it turns out to work really well. You know, like the way I trade works very well, very profitable to do so. But it's a patience thing. And again, trading every day in front of a screen can kind of influence me to trade a little bit more actively than I normally do. But, you know, again, I just try to be as patient as I can. It's hard when you're on a YouTube, stream though. But we've been, like I said, anybody that really watches this stream knows like most of the stocks that I've called out that I bought have gone up over the next couple weeks. Snapchat went up 15% in 2 days after I bought it. Was very vocal about buying it too. Same thing with Disney. I talked about Disney's at 85s and 90s, got made fun of. Disney's at 112s right now. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon's over 100. Amazon, I was doing this when Amazon was at 90, low 90s. It's at 102 right now. Ford, we bought Ford yesterday. We're currently up about 35 cents a share overnight. And again, I don't want anybody to copy me, but if you can be patient and just wait for little extension dips, that's the most profitable way to trade, in my opinion. Apple, pump it up. SPY just broke over 415.50s here. Amazon's still at 109s. No, I don't sell a course. Yeah, FOMO's a real thing for sure. I honestly had a little bit of Carvana. I bought Carvana too. If you guys remember, I bought Carvana at like $5. Had a little bit of FOMO when it went up to 20, but I sold it at like 11 or 12. People are just insecure and don't like to admit they are wrong. 100%. That's truly what it is. It's hard for an immature person to be introspective. Like you guys know me. I'll tell people I'm wrong all the time. I was wrong about Tesla for sure. Was wrong about Tesla. But in the end, like I said, it's the internet, man. Mullen to 50. I don't know what Mullen's doing, man. Mullen is a really obscure EV company that I just don't trust at all. Maybe it does something, but for me, I'm not investing in Mullen. Tesla 200 today. I don't know, man. Yeah, top 3 admitters are in the wrong world right now. I said that wrong. Top 3 wrong sayers in the world right now. SPY up to 4. Let's see if SPY hits 415s. I mean, 415s is certainly possible. yeah, 415s could definitely hit. Hey, thanks, Piper. I appreciate it, man. Apple push it up. All right, so let's see. So right under 149s right now. Getting ready to make our Twitter post here. So you can vote on our Twitter poll right now as well if you haven't already. Unemployment drops. And non-farm. So yeah, less than 20 minutes, guys, or about 20 minutes now. Let me see. All right, team. Yeah, we got less than 20 minutes, guys. Less than 20 minutes. Sorry, I'm getting ready to post my Twitter link here as well. All right, we are going to get ready to cover unemployment data. They drop soon. Guys, do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button here if you haven't already, guys. Hit the sub button. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Vote on the poll right now. Bull or bear on the Twitter poll. We got this poll going live right now. Unemployment data, non-farm payroll data. Unemployment is expected to show up at 2.6%. Or no, I'm sorry, 3.6%. Vote on the poll. We got the poll live right there on stream. It should be a fun day, man. I'm excited. Hey, my guy JT, thank you so much, man. Yeah, maybe Apple pumps up for a drop. Like I said, it's certainly possible. I mean, I don't know. Again, I really don't know what's going to happen. I'm just reporting on what actually is happening, though, which is Apple's moving up to 149.50, almost break even over the last earnings report release and, stuff like that. So will be interesting to see which way the market heads right now. I think 200 is a magnet for Tesla, maybe. Hey, thank you so much, JT. I appreciate it. I think non-farm payroll. So yeah, non-farm data is expected to show 185,000, 185K for non-farm data. So about 185K for this. Again, we'll see if it's good. We'll see if, again, if we are back to like a regular market reaction to echo data. So if we're back to normal reactions to economic data here. So yeah, if we're back to like a regular market reaction to economic data, then higher payroll numbers should mean the market goes up, and lower payroll numbers should mean the market goes down. Again, we think, not really for sure. It's not really a certainty. And again, it's a really genuine question on what like the market's going to do here. Like how's the market going to respond to non-farm payroll data? How is the market going to respond to unemployment? Very interesting nuance of the market right now. Non-farm payroll should be, if they come in low, should make the market go down, we think. Again, it's not a certainty, though. It's not a certainty. Hey, thank you, JT. My guy, thank you, man. Shout out to the JTs today. JT Kerrigan and then JTT. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate it. The JT's coming out today. Thank you. Again, we still got about 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. Hopefully, we got some positive stuff coming out today. I hope it is. As long as the market doesn't. Yeah, so we'll see. Market drops, goes up. What do you guys think here, team? Let me know. Does the market go up on this data? Guys, let me know. What do you guys think? I'm excited for it here. Again, expectations for unemployment are as follows here. 3.6% expectation for unemployment, non-farm data. So look at Apple just break highs of the day again. Highs of the day just broke for Apple. SPY pushing up almost to 415 here too. All right, so Apple moving up. Dogs are barking. Again, SPY at almost 415. Amazon up there. 13 minutes, guys. 13 minutes. Let's do this, guys. Again, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Catch it back up on the discount, or catch it back up on the chat right here. Oh my gosh, dude. Somebody let my dog out, bro. Carol, go let the dog out, man. Sheesh. Stop this man from barking. All right, I'm gonna have to. Where is Carol at, bro? I'm gonna have to get Carol to go let Bruce up. He's barking too much. All right, guys, markets pumping up. Hey. All right, sorry. All right, guys. So again, it's a big day. It's a big stream. Yeah, we are back. Sorry, I wasn't talking to you guys. I was talking to somebody else. SPY moving up. Apple moving up to Apple just tapped 150. Just tapped it. A little tap-a-roo for Apple at 150. It rejected here. Again, we'll see if it continues or what happens. But it did reject. So again, will this continue, guys? Will this continue? Let me know. Apple tapped to 150. I think jobs data is skewed anyway. Maybe. Apple hit 150. Amazon went up to 109s here. Again, job data comes out in about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less than 10. Maybe a tad bit less than 10 minutes. Apple's still making that push. SPY up there. And again, non-farm data is expected to show up at 185,000. 185K for non-farm data is what's scheduled to show up as 185K. Again, will it? We don't know. 185K. Again, it should be something where economic growth is seen as a positive lately right now. So economic growth has been seen as a positive lately. In that it could be something where, you know, we get lower unemployment and higher payroll numbers and the market flies up. That could be, that's certainly a possibility. It's certainly a possibility. Now, will it happen? We don't know. Again, we kind of just got to be patient and wait for this. But, you know, economic growth lately has indicated market strength. And so it's one of those things where we'll see if that continues. You know, we don't know if that nuance will continue, but, you know, again, it's basically just a waiting game at this point in time. All right, guys, 8.5 minutes, 8.5 minutes. What do you guys think? Mark, I'm gonna say whatever I want. Stop whining about everything. You know, cry about it. Data comes out 8 minutes. I'm sorry if that was a little rude, but it's like, come on now, man. The market, again, just to put this into perspective here, I'm not saying the market's pumping up for a couple cent moves. The SPY has moved up. Let's draw it really quick, just to put this in perspective. Let's draw it. This, I think, is justifiable to call a pump up. You know, I think that's justifiable to call a pump up. Now, you might not call it a pump up, but that's what it is. You know, it's a pump up. So let's see if it keeps pumping up. $193. Let me know what you guys think. What's your guess for data? Will Apple break 150? I think is another question too. Yeah. All right, so SPY dipping down a little bit. We got about 7 minutes here, guys. 7 minutes. Also, hit the subscribe button. We are so close to hitting 100,000 subscribers. So close here. We're at about 99.1 thousand subscribers right now, and we still got about 7 minutes before the data comes out. Taparoo. Hey, Ron, you know. Taparoo, huh? Apple tapped it. Hey, let's see if it continues. Again, Apple with a pretty rough earnings report. We did buy Ford yesterday after the dip. Our entry on Ford is 13.17s here. So we are up about 30 cents a share or so. About 30 cents a share. I'll take it. I'll take it. Again, I don't know if we're going to keep making money in it, but big extended dip after Ford earnings. And yeah, let's see if it continues here. All right, Apple in that little bit of range that we drew here. We did buy Snapchat as well. So we bought Snapchat after the earnings dip as well, and we made, the Snapchat went up. We didn't make a full 15%, but Snapchat went up 15% within 2 days after buying it. We're still holding a little piece, but we made a little bit less than 15%, but we still made a decent amount on that trade. So I'll take that. And again, hopefully we get some better moves and some continuation moves for Snap. But again, we're mostly flat on it. We already cut it. And again, this data release is going to be, really, really important to gauge what the market looks like moving forward. So again, we will see. For me, I don't know about the data. A couple weeks of market acting weird regarding data and breaking the rules. So market go up. Yeah, I hope the market goes up, man. But nobody knows for sure. And again, we're always just kind of making guesses here. Apple just under 150s. Yeah, what saved Meta was the $40 billion buyback program. That's what saved Meta, right? So it's the opposite of dilution. When dilution is announced with like a secondary offering, stocks tank. When the opposite of dilution is announced, then markets are going to rip up. And that's an optimistic sign for any company. And that's what saved Meta. But Meta also had a super low PE anyway. They were just so extended on the downside. And understandably so. I mean, when Meta looked weak over the last few years, especially when you consider the nuance of like the social media platform and what that meant, for like Facebook trending really down and all that stuff. So Meta looked weak regardless. But the 40 bill buyback program saved it and honestly helped the market too. That was the rate hike decision day. We did stream Meta earnings and it flew up. Terrible earnings. Why would the market go up? Well, the market's gonna go up mostly from optimism. I mean, the market went down a little bit from the earnings report. Like Apple's still red on the day, but it's not going to go down forever. And, it's one of those things where guidance numbers weren't bad for Amazon. So Amazon guidance wasn't bad. So that kind of helped Amazon. And Apple gapped down from it, but it wasn't some super terrible. I mean, again, Apple still makes a lot of money. The misses for Apple's EPS and revenue were slight. They were not like huge misses relative to expectations. They were slight. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, they missed. And it was the first miss they've had in a while. But it was still a slight miss. It wasn't a huge miss. It's not like Apple's just slumming it on the streets. And that's the big thing to understand, despite the doom and gloom talk. Hey, we'll see, Mo. We'll see, man. I hope it's not. Or I hope it's good. But, of course, it could certainly come in bad and the market could tank. Apple just tapped at 150 again. We got less than 3 minutes, guys. Less than 3 minutes. Let's see what happens in the market right now. Less than 3. All right, so again, the SPY pulled back a little bit ahead of this data. We got about 2 minutes. Again, 2 minutes. Hit the subscribe button. My main goal with this channel is just to give people free stock market content, just to give people free data, free market content, where I don't sell a course, I don't sell a service, I don't claim to be an expert, I don't even act like a good trader. I mean, I'm definitely top 3 best traders ever, but I'm humble enough, definitely top 3 most humble to not always tell people that. Still, if you haven't already, subscribe. We do this live every day. On a serious note, we cover all the major economic data. You want a place where you can find all the data fast. Thousands of people tune into these streams because we cover the data quickly here. And again, we're going to cover the data quickly right now in about a minute and a half. And so, hey, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Again, expectations for unemployment are for 3.6%. Last time it was 3.5%. Non-farm payroll expectations. Non-farm payroll expectations are for 185K. 185K for non-farm payroll expectations. And so again, It's one of those things where we get higher than expected payrolls and lower unemployment, the market will rip up. The market will rip up, I think, unless we're still in backwards land. But this will be a really good sign of what we're in right now, like what the market is fearing more, whether that's inflation or recession. Less than a minute, guys. Less than a minute. No, Marco, it's only for futures trading and commodities, no crypto. Yeah, Ryan Cohen taking a big sizable piece of Nordstrom here, so interesting. About 20 seconds left, 20 seconds. We got all our platforms ready. We are getting ready to cover this data here, guys. We've got all the different data sources up. We are patiently waiting. About 12 seconds, guys, 12 seconds. All right, we are ready here, team. We are ready and waiting. All right, looks like my timer was a little bit off, and that's okay. All right, guys, 1 minute, 1 minute. It's time. It's time, guys. Here is the data, less than a minute. Bruce is excited, ready. Data's dropping soon. Data's dropping soon. You got the SPY on the left, Amazon in the middle, and Apple on the right. All right, here's the report in 25 seconds. 25 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. Yeah, Bruce, pump it up. All right, here's the report, guys. And waiting on the reflection. Market is tanking down at 412s. Market has dropped all the way down to 412s here. We have the data showing up right now. Unemployment came in at 6.6%, much higher than expected at 6.6%. Private pay or non-farm payrolls came in at 517,000. $517,000 or 517,000 non-farm payroll numbers, way higher than expected, huge higher than expected. So technically these are mixed results, but unemployment came in at 3.4%. I'm sorry, 3.4%. The U6 unemployment rate came in at 6.6, but unemployment rate came in at 3.4%. Payroll numbers came in high. So it looks like we're still in an inflation fearing market right now, guys. What this is showing us, we had lower than expected unemployment. I'm sorry, at 3.4%. The non-farm payroll numbers came in at 517,000. 517,000. Absolutely ridiculously higher at 517,000 payroll numbers, and unemployment came in low. So again, we're still in an inflation fearing market is what this shows us. And the market tanked from this data, which means that we're still in an inflation fearing market. But again, non-farm payroll numbers showed up very high at 517K. And we're going to put this data up on screen. But again, economic growth is what this showed. This showed economic growth, which means that the market is still severely fearing inflation. Because if the market wasn't fearing inflation, these would conventionally be good numbers. But since we're still in an inflation fearing market, the market's dropping down a little bit. And again, we're starting to get a little bit of a retracement here. The drop's not super profound, though. I mean, we're dropping, and I'm sure we're going to have bears be like, haha, I told you so. But it's like, look, here's the 20-day chart. This is not even a blip in this chart. It doesn't really matter too much because we're up so much already that this isn't going to influence it like the bears wanted to. And so, yeah, market's tanking down a little bit. I guess the market is still fearing economic growth from inflation. And again, the market's reacting negatively. Amazon dipping, Apple dipping, but still above the highs of the day, or still above the lows of the day. I mean, on both of these. And we'll see if we start to rebound some. We could. Yeah, I mean, for the bears out there, again, if you've been calling the market short over the last, let's see, 10 days here, you're still wildly wrong, because the market is up huge percentages over the last 10 days. Market is up huge percentages over the last 2 days, let alone the last 10 days. And so again, us getting some drops here just means that the market's still fearing inflation. And honestly, the market has already bounced all the way back half of this gain, so or half of this drop. So we'll see if we continue to bounce back. Bro, I gotta let my dog Bruce out. He won't be quiet here. Yeah, dog barking on beat. Hey, Bruce is the best barker in the world. Apple rebounding all the way back up to almost 150 again. SPY testing 413's 40. Hold on, guys. All right, we are back. But yeah, market's consolidating here a little bit, down on the downside. Again, we'll see what happens. Are we going to pull a red to green move? Let me know. Looking at our Twitter polls here, let's see how many people were right. So we got some votes, 60-40 bull bears. So it looks like the bears were right on Twitter, so far at least. But again, the drop wasn't super profound. Like, this isn't a huge drop. We dropped from like 414s down to 413. So it's like a very small percentage, guys. Not really a, super profound move on the downside here. Really interesting, though, because everything that this showed was economic growth. And so I'm curious to see if we end up rebounding back up. Hold on one second. All right, we're back. Yeah, so again, the day has just begun, as somebody is suggesting. And again, so we'll see what this means right now. Again, right now, so far, the reactions to economic data have been mixed here. So it's one of those things where jobless claims numbers coming in lower than expected, which means that like more people are working, was interpreted as a positive sign in the market yesterday. And the market moved up on that data. Today, unemployment coming in lower than expected and non-farm payroll numbers coming in much higher than expected initially gave us a negative reaction here. So again, it hasn't been the most consistent, to be honest. So like, there's not a ton of consistency here with this data. And again, we're up so much over the last few days already that the move that we currently made is not huge. The move that we've currently made is not some super big drop, catastrophic crash-like drop. It's just not. Apple's still well above the previous low of the day, which again is well below or well above, where we were at earlier in the week. And so the question is, now that we have this reaction, what's the market look like now? Like, does the market end up continuing to fall for the rest of the day? Does the market bounce back? We'll see. Everything is priced in, maybe. Yeah, that's what they said. So I know I covered the Jerome Powell speech. Yeah, Jerome Powell speech, again, a lot of bears thought that he said some negative things. What he said sounded overwhelmingly positive to me, and the market flew up on the Jerome Powell speech. He basically said that he saw inflation getting better this year. He said he didn't know if they were going to pivot to a full-on zero rate hike, but that he did see inflation starting to improve. And again, we'll see, And again, we're putting out this comment like Max said here, sell everything, says pro, buy, says people who first time see stocks. Yeah, like the pro, like your boy Michael Burry, you know. Like in the end, guys, you have to understand, like people, like you got traders like this who idolize these big influencers and well-known people like Michael Burry, right? Michael Burry has been wildly wrong over the last 10 years, just to put it into perspective, wildly wrong. You know, he told everybody to sell ahead of the Fed meeting. And then the market ripped up huge after the Fed meeting, and then he disabled his Twitter account. So like in the end, you really got to understand that like nobody knows. And saying, hey, the pros are doing this while the rookies are doing this. No, you know what the rookies are doing? The rookies are idolizing these big known influencers. And the rookies are idolizing these big well-known influencers and just kind of copycatting their positions, and then when they're wrong, they're crying manipulation, in my opinion. Markets starting to push up to 413s now as I'm saying that. Apple up to 149s, Amazon breaking lows at 107s though, so Amazon's looking weaker than the other two, and again, we'll see if they keep going down. Burry was only right because he watched his channel. Hey, top 3 greatest channels ever in the world right now. Definitely top 3 for sure. I'm not a permable. I understand the market's going to drop sometimes, Stelios, if you're talking about me. What I'm saying, though, is that the market doesn't have to crash. And I'm not making fun of them. I'm calling out incorrect logic from traders. You know, you got people saying, again, when I see bears shaming traders, saying, oh, pros are doing this and rookies are doing that, right? Or when they say, oh, we have to crash, right? That's not accurate. I don't know what the market's going to do. Market might fall. It might drop. It might crash. That's true. It might crash for sure. But it doesn't mean it has to. And again, the people who are acting like it has to, or not act, it's not something that I think is healthy for traders. I think anybody acting like they know 100% what's going to happen is usually just insecure about their own positions, is what it is. And again, I don't really have any super big long positions aside from Snapchat. So I'm just trying to be honest with people and tell them, hey, look, the market doesn't have to do anything, whether that means up or down. The market doesn't have to go up either. We could crash. We certainly could. In fact, I think we might be a little bit extended on the upside now over the last 10 days or so because we're up so much already over the last 10 days. Now, the real question to decipher in the market is how to interpret this data, right? So, again, jobless claims lower than expected, market moved up. Unemployment lower than expected, market moved down initially. And again, we're kind of going back and forth. It's a pretty neutral response so far at this point. Pretty neutral response. But, again, time will tell. We'll see if we get anything good. Conventionally, the market would respond positively to the data that we just got. Again, with higher jobless claims or with higher non-farm payrolls and lower unemployment, generally that's going to be a very positive response in markets. Generally, not always, but conventionally. Basically what Jerome Powell said was that he was optimistic regarding everything. Moving forward, he thought inflation was going to get better. Isn't Snap an app for teenagers? I mean, I don't care what Snap is an app from. Snap's got hundreds of millions of daily active users. It's finally starting to monetize and had their first profitable quarter in like 4 or 5 years. So like regardless of Snap, regardless of what Snap is, I bought it and made, big percentages over like a 2-day period. Snap went up after I bought it 15%. So like, I don't care what Snap is. I care about potential gains on it and overreactions. Yeah, I said it wrong the first time. What I actually said was, I didn't actually say it wrong. I just reported on the U6 unemployment rate first, which was 6.6%. First, right? So I reported on the U6 unemployment rate first, which is 6.6%. No, I'm gonna hold Ford as long as I need to. I was already green in Ford ahead of this meeting, and I'm just gonna sit on it as long as I need to. We're actually still green on Ford, believe it or not. Our average on Ford is 13.17, and so we said that a few times today. But yeah, my average on Ford is 13.17, so we're actually still pretty green on that one. And yeah, I'm not gonna sell it right now. I'm just gonna try to let it work for me. Well, Snapchat actually is not a moneymaker. They do not make much money, but that's actually one of their biggest problems is that they're struggling to monetize their platform. But they've got a ton of users, right? So in terms of like swing trades, I've been making decent money on Snapchat, but it varies. Yeah, but somebody said this yesterday, Pablo, is like, people saying that, oh, Burry's was right, but his timing was off. Right, bro, like anybody's right, but their timing's off. Right. I could say, again, the problem here, and the real problem is, again, every single year, a lot of new traders that just entered the market in the last year or two don't understand this. But, bro, every single year I have people screaming short market crash. Right. In 2017, they screamed market crash. And if you look at what keywords are trending, 2017 market crash was trending in 2017. 2018 market crash was trending. 2019 market crash was trending, so forth and so on. So market crash has been trending literally every year for the past like decade. So at a certain point, you got to look at it objectively and just say, okay, well, like this is just confirmation bias. These are mostly people who want the market to crash because of their own positions or whatever it is, and so they overestimate the likelihood of it doing so. And again, maybe the market does crash. I'm not saying it doesn't. What I'm saying is that, like, regardless of whether it does or doesn't, nobody knows for sure what's going to happen, is all I'm saying. Yeah, tired of people saying market crash, too repetitive, 100%. I am too. And I get a unique perspective of it over everybody else. And the problem is, like, people have been yelling market crash, and the market's gone up big percentages over the last 3 months since then. And so they're discouraging traders from capitalizing on the gains that the market has made because they're screaming market crash every day. So it's just like, it is what it is. Yeah, for sure, Fu, 100%, man. Yeah, Powell speaks Tuesday. That'll be a really interesting tell of what happens in the market as well. So Powell speaks Tuesday, and that'll definitely influence the market. So, we'll see what that looks like too. Again, y'all hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We are growing this channel like crazy. Hopefully we'll hit, hopefully we'll hit 100K Tuesday, I'm assuming, but. But the market doesn't mostly run on technicals, Bob. I disagree, man. I think the market mostly runs on fundamentals. Up short term, it runs on technicals to a certain extent, but the longer term you zoom out, the less it runs on technicals, and the more it's just fundamental health and movement. The biggest edge you get in the market is that long-term stocks are going to go up. And again, I said this earlier, but the biggest losers in market crashes are people who sell, because generally the market bounces back within a few years. And so it's like, unless you like need it for retirement ASAP, like right now, just sitting on it for an extra year or two is usually going to make you all the money you lost in the crash back. And I think that's a profound edge that you shouldn't underestimate when you're looking at blue chip healthy companies. The problem is, like, movies like The Big Short came out, and you got a lot of long-term bears that again, just want the market to go down, right? And with confirmation bias, they overestimate the likelihood of it doing so. And so what happens is during every one of these big Fed meetings, Jerome Powell press conferences and CPI, PPI reports, you got everybody screaming doom and gloom. And then when it doesn't happen, they cry manipulation and they make fun of the traders who were bullish and like they do all this like, generally toxic stuff. And I think over time that makes me kind of sway against them and just kind of, frown on that, I guess is the best way to put it. But again, maybe the market does crash. But at this point in time, even if they do, the ones that have been screaming it for the last 5 or 10 years are still only running about a 10% accuracy with that pick. So we'll see. But yeah, sorry. Did I not show the data? My bad here, team. There's the non-farm payroll data. Did I not put it on the screen? It looks like I did. My bad, team. So yeah, there's non-farm payrolls. We got unemployment rate that showed up at 3.4% versus 3.6% expected. So the data came in pretty conventionally good. All right, guys. So again, for the bears screaming, I told you so because 10 days ago, who said the market was going to crash 10 days ago. Here's a 10-day chart. You know what I mean?
Did you get let out?
What?
Did you let him out?
No.
He stopped barking.
What?
He stopped barking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him out because the guys are gonna.
What?
I'm gonna let him out real quick because the guys are gonna be here.
Okay. Yeah, it's really interesting to see the dynamic of the market right now because, again, lower unemployment, if we followed the trend of jobless claims, shouldn't be seen as a positive. Wait, so the market's crashing right now? Again, guys, I'm going to put this into perspective. I'm not saying anything about it. I'm still green on Ford. I'm still green on Snapchat. So those are the two trades I'm holding. What I've been saying is the last 10 days specifically ahead of the Fed meeting, bears have been saying, oh, the market's going to crash. The market's going to drop, right? If we look at a 10-day chart, the market is wildly green, including this recent small drop that we're getting from the unemployment rate. And so, number one, the market is certainly not crashing. And if you look at the trend objectively here, you'll see the market is actually very green over the last 10 days from the Fed meeting. Again, the Fed meeting was, where was it? It was Wednesday. So the Fed meeting was here. And we're still well above that. Let me see. The Fed meeting was the 3rd. Let me make sure we get this right. or the Fed meeting was the 1st. So yeah, the Fed meeting was right here. So to put it into perspective, everybody screamed short, including Michael Burry here. Now, I mean, like I said, you could argue that this is just the start of it, and maybe it is. Like I said, I don't really know. Again, I'm honest. I don't really know what's going to happen here. But you could argue that this is just the start of it. But relative to when a large majority of the bearish traders were saying short, we're still pretty green from this. You know, pretty big green move percentage-wise after that. So again, with all that in mind, though, we can look at these levels to find relevant technical spots to base our stuff around. And if we look at this here, I mean, I think we got to pay attention to, you know, the high right there at 408. I think that's very relevant. You know, we got the previous lows right around 405s, I think. These highs right here at 406.50s, I think all that's relevant. 410 is probably a big psychological level in the SPY. But in the end, Apple's still above the low of the day. So Apple hasn't even broke the lows of the day yet. The weakest looking one is Amazon currently. Amazon right around, but still not under the lows of the day. And so again, maybe this is the start of it. You know, I know the Bears, they really needed a W out there. So, you know, maybe they got it. But in the end, again, the market's still wildly green over the last week or two, you know, and maybe this is the start of bearish action, but it's not there yet, you know, and so we'll see. Chat, let me know what you guys think. Bears need money. Losses too much for the past few days. Yeah. Again, I mean, we're not really at like crashing levels or anywhere really close to this right now, to be honest. I mean, look at it. Again, we are at, like I said, we're still well above most of the big levels. I'm still green on Ford too. Like I did bought Ford yesterday. Like this drop hasn't dropped it enough for me to go red on it yet. Snapchat, I'm still very green. Huge miss. What do you mean? So unemployment was lower than expected. Unemployment was lower, and payroll numbers came in way higher, like 3 or 4x higher than expected. Which again, my guess is the reason we're dropping is because of inflation fears. Like with payroll numbers being so much higher than expected, that's causing some fear for sure. But it also shows us that we're not quite out of the inflation fearing market yet. That the market is still, you know, very much so fearing inflation, and you know, we haven't necessarily pivoted from a recession. From a Fed, we haven't really pivoted from an inflation fearing market to a recession fearing one, because we're still very much fearing inflation. And I think that's what this data shows more than anything else. So again, we'll see what happens, but this is a very small drop. To be honest, guys, like we cover a lot of data here, like a lot of data. This drop is very small relative to most of the other data we drop, you know. Like CPI will move the markets way more than this. PPI probably will as well. The rate hike decision certainly will. And so this is actually a pretty small drop, you know, considering everything. Very small. Now, again, maybe we're not done, and maybe, you know, we keep on falling down. That's certainly possible. But again, for me, it's not doom and gloom yet. Apple starts breaking the lows of yesterday. You know, that's not going to be a good sign, of course, but yeah, well, Jerome Powell said a pivot wasn't likely already. Again, I think we got to go with what Jerome Powell actually said, which was that he didn't think we would pivot. That wasn't his plan so far, but that he said things could change. But he did say he thought that inflation would get better over time, and that they're seeing a lot of growth in that regard. You know, for inflation getting better. Gotta be a head fake Friday. These numbers just put maybe. What does it mean when it comes in much higher than expected? For what? What's up, Rich? I think the Fed should have done. Yeah, I thought the Fed should have done 52. I think considering what Jerome Powell said during the last Fed meeting and during some of the press conferences, I'm surprised that they didn't go with 50. Again, what Jerome Powell said prior to this last one was that essentially they didn't want to cause a market crash and then come along and play cleanup afterwards. That's not what they wanted to do. And so in that regard, like I assumed he would do a sustained 50 for a few months to try to really kind of, push down inflation. So when I saw all the analysts expecting 25, I was honestly a little bit surprised. But again, when the analysts expect something with regards to rate hike decisions, you got to just believe them because they know more. Big money knows more than we do. Non-farm payrolls are exactly how they suggest. They're exactly how the name suggests, which is payroll numbers that are not farm related. He said Powell was hawkish. You didn't hear him correctly. Yeah, I did. I heard what he said. I heard the good and bad of what he said. Again, it's a subjective interpretation, and I talked about this the same day. Of course, bears hear what they want to hear, right? But like overwhelmingly, the market pushed up from the Fed meeting. Why do you think that is? Is because mostly what he said was positive. Like, yeah, he said some negative things, but again, confirmation bias is strong. Like people who are betting on the downside or who have bet on, short positions or whatever it is, they want the market to fall. And so when they listen to Jerome Powell talk, they hear hawkish tone. And vice versa. Bulls hear, a dovish tone because they want the market to go up. He said some good and bad things, but what he said was mostly positive. Like he said that he saw some very positive signs that inflation was getting better. That he was very optimistic regarding it and that he's seen a lot of really positive signs in the inflationary metrics that we've gotten, like CPI, PPI, PCE, so forth and so on. And so again, it was overwhelmingly positive. And again, the market is based off of mass psychology. And so the market ripped up after the Jerome Powell press conference. Why do you think that is? Right? That's because mostly what he said was positive. Now, sure, I can find little pockets of negativity there, but it doesn't mean the whole thing was hawkish. It just doesn't mean that, And again, of course, bears want to believe that because bears want the market to go down and they want to be right. But like in the end, what he said was mostly positive, and the market reacted very positively to it because of that, I think. And I don't think that's really arguable. I think you can look at the market reaction, you can look at what he said, and conclude that it was mostly a positive. He was mostly optimistic. He said that he saw inflation getting better, over the next quarter, is what he specifically said. The negative things he said were that he didn't see a pivot soon, which is fine. 25 basis points sustained is probably the right move, I think. But again, maybe not. We'll see. Again, time will tell. That's the interesting thing about the market is that time will tell. And again, to be honest, it's a subjective interpretation. Like a lot of bear traders saying no, what he said was negative, bringing up only the negative things he said. Bull traders saying it was bullish, only bringing up the positive things he said. Again, that's why I just told you the good and bad. He said potentially no rate cuts this year, but he also said inflation was getting better. And then he sees some very optimistic and positive signs. And again, I mean, I cover all the major reports, regardless of how you feel about this. It's all love. It really is. We can agree to disagree. It's all good. Again, I've been arguing with bears for the last 3 months, and I've been overwhelmingly right. The market has pushed up big percentages since I started. And again, they just kind of keep doubling down on it. And maybe they're right. Again, maybe they're right. But I will say this. Nobody knows for sure. Again, the interpretation from what Jerome Powell said was subjective. It's going to be, based off of your own personal bias, I think, a lot of the time. But the market doesn't have to crash. Jerome Powell said that he doesn't plan on cutting rates this year, but he said things could change. He said inflation's getting better. And he sees some optimistic signs. And again, CPI's gotten lower for sure. CPI's come in lower than expected most of the time over the last 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, actually, not 6. PPI has been lower. PCE has been better. Unemployment, that's a little bit trickier of an interpretation, but maybe the market goes up, down, sideways. No idea. We'll see. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, Nordstrom up because Cohen and JWN up to almost 28. Still green on Ford, still green on Snapchat. I'm not going to be red on Snapchat. I've already taken 75+% of the position off after it ripped up 15% after I entered it. So we're not going to lose on Snapchat. Ford, we're slightly green. Our entry is 317s. We're at 322s right now. So we're slightly green. But we've been right about that one too. Yeah, but I mean, the problem though, Shib, is that before you said that Powell was hawkish, right? And then when I was like, hey, that's not necessarily true, he said a lot of positive things. And then you say, oh, well, don't believe everything Powell says. And so it's just kind of like, I get it. Y'all want the market to go down. I understand. I'm sure a lot of you guys are really extended on Bitcoin short, leverage positions. And I get it, man. Hey, make y'all's money. I'm not mad. But again, the market doesn't have to go down. Nobody knows what the market's going to do. We'll see. Like I said. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? My guy. Thank you, brother. Hey, thank you, Jane. I don't think we're going to hit 100K today, but, we'll hit it within the next week, I guess. Yeah, the channel's been growing like crazy, man. We got over 900 people here. It really has. We're growing by like over 4,000 subscribers a month, which is crazy. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate it. Again, regardless of how you feel about me or anything like that, like, we're going to keep that growth up. And I appreciate the love for sure. All right, so will the market bounce back? Do we have some extension I can buy up now? Anything extended on the downside that I could buy up short term? It's definitely not Apple. Maybe Amazon, but Amazon's got like over 100 PE. So I'm just not into that. Microsoft, see, it's down, but it's not down enough. I mean, the last 10 days still very strong. What else do we have here? Apple, Google. What's a low PE blue chip that's extended on the downside, guys? Any ideas? I want to say maybe like, what was the one I was looking at earlier? It was not Home Depot, Walgreens, or no, CVS. So CVS was, I don't think it was low PE though, but it was a daily chart looked pretty weak for CVS. They also report earnings soon, and so that's the only reason I'm a little skeptical in that regard. ExxonMobil, I don't think is extended on the downside. I think Exxon is very green on the year. It's gone up from $74 all the way to 120 basically. It's at 112s now or whatever it is, but I just don't consider that extended on the downside. Microsoft, no. Apple, still pretty green over the last few days. Again, any other low PE blue chips? I had a list of them earlier. All right, so we're looking. These are like bank stocks, I guess. Nike, QCOM. Netflix is so extended on the upside. I just can't justify buying that. Lowe's, what's Lowe's look like? Oracle, maybe? No, Oracle's still green on the year. Caterpillar. Caterpillar's had a nice little dip here, so I don't really mind Caterpillar's pullback right now. A few big red days in Caterpillar too. Be okay. John Deere. How's PayPal looking, man? PayPal's still looking pretty low. GE had a lot of people talking about weakness, but GE's been pumping up, man. Target. They've all been on a big bull run over the last few days. Micron has lost a lot of hype too. But Activision Blizzard maybe, but I think it's towards the top of the range here. Right around the triple top. Dollar General, no. Cap One. A lot of everything's been on a big bull run the last 3 months, man. So it's like I just don't see any cheap value right now. I'm looking at companies that I know that are down on. The only close one is CVS, but I think with how big Walgreens is getting, I think over time, CVS is gonna, EA is on the down. EA is down. What's the PE ratio of EA? Let's look. Anybody know? PE ratio of EA is about $31 this year. It is extended on the downside, though. I think they reported earnings, right? Baba, I don't trust holding Baba as a swing even. Like, I just don't like Baba. Baba's not extended on the downside either. EA might have an argument for it. So like EA might have an argument for it, but yeah, I don't know. No idea what's going to happen at the open. I hope we get good action. I hope market goes up. Again, subscribe, guys. We are pushing towards 100K. Amazon bouncing back. Apple back over VWAP at 148.50s. Back row, this is copyright free music, so I can monetize this. We're monetized right now. This is copyright free music. So this is music where I'm allowed to play it as much as I want. If you haven't already, check out TopStep, man. TopStep is a funded account program for futures. Again, what they do is they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following the rest of their rules and conditions, then they fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. Hey, listen, if you're a bear and you want to short, day trade short, the market, you can trade the E-mini, which is the S&P 500 futures contract, and there's no PDT rule. You can day trade and short it with no restriction in the PDT rule. And you can see it's the same price action. Here's the SPY, here's the E-mini, same price action. Big drop, big drop. And you can trade this middle side with no PDT rule. And TopStep is the best way to test your skill in futures without risking a lot. You know, when I first got started trading, I lost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I wish I had something like this in the beginning because I would have just lost less, right? It's a beautiful way to test yourself. You have some pressure, so it's a great test of skill because it gives you some pressure. You know, if you're good enough, you can get funded. It gives you rules to follow. It gives you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. And this is the most legit futures funded program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. And again, it's just a lot cheaper way. Instead of putting up thousands of dollars yourself, you can test yourself. The base package is less than 140 bucks a month. If you're good enough and you pass it, then you get funding. You get 150 grand, up to 150 grand in funding. The base one's 50K. So they give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K on that demo without losing 2K total or 1,000 a day while following the rest of their rules and conditions, then they fund you 50 grand with a 90% split. But a lot of people are not going to get funded. I am certainly biased in their favor because they sponsor me and pay me money. But it's a lot cheaper to try this out, give yourself some pressure, see if you can actually perform under that pressure, and to see if you're really ready, than to put up 10, 15K yourself and risk that in futures. It's just a lot cheaper to do this. Beautiful test of your skill. They use a bunch of different platforms, and we will trade on them later in about 15 minutes. So again, if you want to check them out, here is the link. You're getting ready to day trade. So let's put the chart platforms up. Let's get ready. We've had a pretty good week. I'm going to put the E-mini up, which is, again, the S&P 500. Yeah, 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. Let's do this. Like I said, it's been a pretty profitable week for me so far. Let me make sure I don't have my... there we go. Yeah, make sure it's my real account. So yesterday, we ended up making some... Let me see what we made. So far on the week... Let's make sure. Yeah, so far on the week, we are up about 600 bucks. So we're going to see if we can turn that into maybe 1,000 today. We're going to push for up 595 on the week. Here's my profit graph this week. So again, we'll see if we can hit that. Sick. I mean, you paid it as an independent contractor, so there's some benefits and some cons to that. Burry reactivated. What a dummy, man. He reactivates. Like, listen. Again, I'll tell you just the same here. Like Burry, bro. Like the problem with these big influencers, and I like Burry, bro. Listen, Burry, I love The Big Short. Big Short's a great movie. But like the problem with this, again, is like they're so afraid to be wrong here. Like they're so afraid to be wrong. Like again, Burry, to put this into perspective, all right, Burry cried short here. He told everybody to sell here. You know, he told everybody to sell right there. And so for him to, if he comes around and tries to say, I told you so because of this, which is still well above where he cried short and sell. He literally posted a cryptic tweet before the Fed meeting, you know, before he ripped up big percentages that said sell, you know. Then when the Fed meeting pushed the market up more and it was dovish and the market ripped up, then he deactivated his Twitter account. Then when unemployment came in lower than expected and payroll numbers were higher and the market dropped some, which is, again, we're still well above. Look at this. We're still well above where we were when he cried sell. Now he reactivates his Twitter and tries to say, I told you so. It's silly, man. It's ridiculous. Like, come on now. At a certain point, you got to call a spade and be like, bro, it's okay to be wrong. I'm wildly wrong. I like I said, I didn't trust Tesla at $100. Tesla's ripped up almost 100% since then, right? So I was wildly wrong about that. We're all wrong sometimes, but the problem when you get like these huge traders, these big influencers and traders, is they never want to be wrong. They're afraid to be wrong. And so if they're wrong, they cancel their Twitter, and then if they finally think they have an argument to justify calling themselves right, then they reactivate their Twitter and say, I told you so. It's just like, come on now. In the end, even if the market did drop, it still didn't go past the levels where you yelled short at. In the end, the sky's not always falling, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, but I'm not talking about day trading, bro. I'm talking about the last week. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the last 10 days of very bullish activity in the market. You know what I mean? And again, maybe we fall back down. I'm not afraid to be wrong about it. And I'm not even saying we're going to go up. Again, I told people yesterday that we were a little extended on the upside. I thought we pushed up a little bit too much from the Fed meeting. But I think the problem is that, look, we're all wrong sometimes, I think if you called the Fed meeting short, you got to just admit you were wrong. You can't double down and, when we drop a smaller percentage than we gained during the Fed meeting, try to act like you were somehow right. I just don't think that's accurate. I think you got to just be real about it after a certain point. But, again, nobody knows what the market's going to do. That's the big thing to understand, is that nobody knows. Like, we're all just guessing here, which is why I have a larger problem with, acting like somebody knows, because nobody does. Burry doesn't have the best track record of the last 10 years either. He's kind of a perma bear. He's always short. Yeah, and the market has ripped up big over the last 10 years. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah, but that's not what it is at all, though, morning. So Fed meeting, we had a delayed drop. So this isn't a delayed drop from the Fed meeting. This is unemployment coming out, right? So unemployment reignited some inflationary fears is what happened here, right? So Fed meeting was bullish. A large majority of the market reacted positively to it. The market pushed up big percentages. And then this morning we had the Fed meet, or we had the unemployment rate come out. And then that made people nervous about inflation. And so that made people sell. Like that's kind of the nuance of what happened here. This isn't a delayed response. This is just more economic data coming out, basically. And again, we got more stuff next week. Again, we got Jerome Powell on Tuesday. We'll see what he says then. That could influence markets. We got Disney earnings Wednesday. We'll see what that looks like. We'll see how that affects markets. We got more jobless claims next Thursday. And so we got some stuff coming, that could make the market go up or down. How long was Burry saying the market was going to tank? About a year and a half, I think. A year and a half to 2 years. The problem here, though, is that Burry's been short for 10 now. And again, every year he says the market's going to crash, and then it doesn't. So even if he's right this time, he's still running about 10% on the year. And my guess is we'll still be over 2010 levels when he's been saying all this stuff. So my point is, even if he's right, he's still wrong at this point in time. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Yeah, all good. Hey, thank you, Alberto. Hey, thank you so much, man. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to hit 100K today. I don't think so. But that's all right. And again, my guess is like we're growing so fast that like we've been growing so fast the last like 4 months where we're getting thousands of people tuning in. At 8:30, we got a lot of stuff that drops, and then we kind of day trade afterwards. So it's one of those things where I think that our channel has been growing so fast that, that like a lot of people that are tuning into the streams are already subscribed. You know. All right, guys, we got 7 minutes. All right. Yeah, watch The Big Short, Corey, if you haven't seen it. Great movie, man. I like Burry, bro. Again, it might sound like I'm just like a Burry hater. I'm really not. I just think that over time, like I think Burry was brilliant back in 2008. He certainly did not just get lucky. Like Burry did not get lucky. He knew. Like he knew when he analyzed it correctly in 2008. The problem, I think, is him making so much money on the short side at that point in time, I think gives him cloudy judgment moving forward. And I think that since he was so right about that, and he had a lot of haters then that were doubting him and all that stuff. Again, if you watch The Big Short, you kind of see what the true story behind it. But I think that over time, he's just been permanently bearish to where it's very hard to like. The real edge of the market is, like I said, over time, stocks are going to go up. The market's generally going to go up over time, over the long run. With that, you know, the biggest edge that you're going to get long term is investing, just researching healthy blue chip companies and holding for years. Even if the market crashes, again, the people that lose the most are people who sell in market crashes, right? Like there's the people who get beat up the most are the people that get emotional and sell. Generally, the market's going to bounce back within a few years. So with that, you know, over time, I think Burry's just been only short, and he's been saying it every year for like 5+ years now. And so it's like, I think he's lost a lot of credibility because it's gone past the point now. So even if the market did crash, he's still running less. His accuracy is still not great because he's been saying this for 5+ years. So it's just kind of like, all right, well, you know, over time, I get it. He wants to be right, and I get it. He's really renowned for picking for picking market crashes, but you can't just say market crash every year, and then when the market does crash, you say I told you so. Yeah. Hey, all good, Keith. Thank you, man. Welcome, bro. Yeah, great movie. Wasn't able to adapt to new markets. Yeah, that's basically what happened, I guess. Yeah, it's a great movie, man. It really is a good movie. All right, guys, we got about 13 minutes. Or no, I'm sorry, about 3 minutes until the market opens. Let's get ready, man. We're going to trade today. We got some data that dropped this morning, so hopefully we get a volatile day, man. I'm hoping we do. Looking at our poll numbers here. We got about 2,000 votes, 50-50 split. Nobody knew what the market was going to do in terms of like reactions to lower or higher unemployment. Now for the last question is, does the market bounce back today? Yes or no, vote on the poll. All right, so yeah, Jerome Powell, guys, is scheduled. We got about a minute left until market opens. Jerome Powell is scheduled now to speak at the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. signature event called the David Rubenstein will interview Jerome Powell, chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. So Jerome Powell has an interview on Tuesday, and this is a big interview that will influence markets probably. And we are already ready and waiting here. So yeah, it'll be interesting. We got this ready. I'm gonna move up some. Lowest unemployment in 54 years. Depression is here. You got an opening bell you can ring. Ding, ding, ding. There's the opening bell, guys. Market is... Yeah, there you go. You're welcome. I'm going to charge you $20 a piece for that bell next time, so just be ready for that. All right. Market is moving up a little bit, but mostly neutral action so far since the opening bell. SPY up to almost 412s. Volume weighted average price at about 412.15s. All right, big pop at the opening bell. Nice little green action here. Looking at Apple, Amazon. Apple's moving back up, testing 150s right now. Just a little tap, tap, tap-a-roo at 150s here. Let's see if it breaks. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the trend that we've had from this. I don't think there's anything major that we could look at this. Maybe this is a trend that is forming here short term, but maybe not. Let's see. All right, market's up to over 412s. All right, rejecting at the trend line. We drew. Apple at 150s. At 150s for Apple. I'm going to buy this dip just in anticipation that we're going to make a test of 150s on Apple. See if we get a little green trade from Apple's push towards 150. It just tapped it. All right, we're going to take half off there. Lock it in. I'm going to see if we can get up some more. I just cut it. Just made, $15 there or so at the opening bell. Apple just broke 150, starting to reverse all the way back up. SPY moving back up to 413s. What did Burry say on his Twitter that he reactivated? There he is. He did reactivate it. Nothing on his Twitter. Yeah, Burry didn't post anything. Market ripped up. Apple testing the previous closing price. Apple up to 150s. We're going to start adding to another long position here. We already got a little bit of profit on the day. So if we lose here, it's only into a cushion that we've already built. All right, we got 3 contracts now. We got 3 contracts. I'm going to be pretty tight with this. Start to push up towards where we were, though. We break that low, that they were going to cut it, but hopefully that doesn't happen. But even if it does, it's not the end of the world. Like I said, we already had a green trade on the day. Right about break even on the trade now. Apple's right at 150s here. The problem, all right, there we go. We're tapping the highs. The problem here, and honestly what I don't necessarily like, is that Apple retraced at 150. I'm going to cut this. I just don't like the fact that Apple retraced at 150. And maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, it looks like it was the right move. Yeah, so glad I got out. Saved myself some money there. Again, I just did not like the fact that Apple retraced at 150. On a 5-minute chart, that is. It popped over it and then it pulled back pretty, still green since the opening bell. A lot of volatility coming through the markets right now. Nice. All right, so we're making a little bit scalping here. Up about we scalped a little bit of the regular E-mini just now. We are up about $50 on the day, give or take. Market held beautifully at that trend line we drew. Apple bounced right at the volume weighted average price, back up to 150s here. Micro E-mini pushing up too as we speak. So. Pulling back here, Apple dipping down under that 150 level. So again, I'm going to wait. Snap still ripping back up. Nordstrom, yeah, Ryan Cohen announced the position in Nordstrom is what made it go up. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla up to 191s. Will Tesla break 200 today? All right, I'm going to take 2 little positions. I see a hamburger candle forming, and we're getting some bullish sentiment right now. So I'm going to take 2 contracts here and see if we get a test of the high of the day. Now we can sell some into here. There we go. All right, so we just took it out. Made it a cool little 20 bucks. We're up about $75 on the day. There's the P&L. Tesla's still testing highs right there. Apple looks like it has a hammer style candle too. Look at Ford. I'm down like $8 in my Ford trade, to put it into perspective here. Look, here's Ford. Again, my average on Ford is $13.17. I'm down $7.88. You know, so yeah, big ouch to me. Tesla looks okay. We're watching Tesla. It's right at the high. Snapchat's ripping up too. So anything we lost on Ford, we're making it back on Snapchat. And again, Ford's a longer term play. Like I'm just gonna sit in Ford as long as I need to. I have a risk level, but it's pretty far down from where I'm at now. Snapchat over the VWAP, over the 200 EMA. Apple testing 150s. Yeah, that's kind of how I am, Chris. All right, Apple pull it back. Tesla pull it back a little bit. Might be time for me to buy this little pullback here too, because Apple has a hammer candle right now. Looks strong. Ah, man, I was too slow. I think the high of the day break's going to happen. Yeah, there it goes. Called it. Just didn't quite have enough time to get into it, but there's the break. Again, just called that, but just didn't have time to get in it, and it's all good. Apple moving up to test the 150s. Apple about to go green on the day potentially if it gets over 150.82. Tesla just broke highs. SPY ripping up to 413.40s. So the SPY's moving up to ahead of where it was during the unemployment rally. Uh-oh, get ready. Burry might delete his Twitter again. Apple's pushing up towards the previous closing price green level. I'm not going to say I told you so, guys. I'm not going to say it, but you know. We'll see what happens. Apple at 150.50s. I just made another $25. Just broke the $100 level on my trading. We're up about $110 trading the E-mini and the micro E-mini. Apple just went green on the day. Apple is technically green on the day, guys. Apple is technically green on the day. Over 150, almost to 151s right now for Apple. Tesla is almost up to 200. It's at 194. Apple just dipped below the red to green level, but it's testing green on the day for Apple right now. I mean, Patrick, that's all subjective. How you want to enter the order is all subjective. I use market orders a lot of the time, but it's a preference thing. Yeah, so the SPY has had a large majority of green candles today. Apple back green on the day, almost up to 151. Testing 151. Looks like it's going to break 151. It did just tap 151. Over 151 now with Apple. With a little tap-a-roo over 151. Let's see if it continues. Tesla hit 194s right now. SPY finally pulling back after a lot of green action. To be honest, I never had a position on Apple, man. I don't really have an Apple position. I'm holding Snapchat right now, which is ripping up big today. I'll take it. Apple up to 151.50s. But again, I cut most of my positions already. Apple with a pretty big pullback here. We do have PMI news today. I forgot about PMI news. We do have PMI news today. It'll affect the market some. I don't know how much though. You know, it's non-services or it's services PMI if I remember correctly, right? Let me see what it is. It is. Yes, we got S&P Global Composite PMI in 2 minutes. Expectations are for 46.6. So this is manufacturing expansion versus contraction. Apple back over the previous closing price. So about 2 minutes until this data comes out. About a minute and a half. All right, so here's the P&L so far on the week here, guys. We are up about $700 on the week. Very strong trends right now. A lot of bull strength in action. All right, so Apple testing highs of the day, 151.50s here. Again, I've kind of paused my trading. I think we're a little too extended on the upside for me right now. So just a little bit too extended on the upside for me personally here. Wait, Biden's doing a speech? Is he really? Or are y'all just guessing here? All right, SPY pulling back a little bit. All right, guys. So market's consolidating here. Let's see if we get it. All right, so we just made more money just now. Scalping this big pop. You can see we're currently up about 220 on the day, trading into the green we already had, and the market just broke highs again. Oh, and Apple just broke highs again. The SPY just broke highs again. Apple up to 152s. The market is now technically testing the previous level at which the unemployment data came out. So you love to see it. Market's flying up. Good week. We're up about $800 this week on our Top Step Combine. Nice little week. Apple testing 152s. Gap is filled from the unemployment drop. Again, I mean, I hate to be right, you know, like I'm definitely the most humble traders ever. So like, it really hurts to be right all the time about everything, you know, it hurts sometimes, you know, when you're this attractive, you know, sometimes just being as humble as I am just hurts. And, you know, we got to try really, really hard to be the most humble, you know, trader in the world right now. So we'll see if it continues. PMI just came out. And PMI showed up as, sorry, I'm a little bit late on reporting. Humility takes time. But yeah, PMI showed up For global composite PMI, 46.8, previous 46.6. So higher than last time. The expectational numbers for it were 46.6, so slightly higher than expected for PMI. Services PMI came in a little bit higher than expected as well. They both came in at 46.6 or 46.8. That number up on the screen so you can see it. How do you stay so humble, John? Listen, it's hard to be humble when you look this good, you know. When you look this good, it's hard to be humble. When you're just so right about everything you ever do, you know, humility just flows from you. Market's pushing up when you're the top 3 greatest looking traders of all time, definitely top 3. You know, it's hard. You know, humility just flows out of you once that happens, you know. It's something that most people just don't, you know about because, you know, they're just not as humble as I am. Market's pushing up right now. We'll see if it continues. Apple tested 152. We'll see if it can break it. Yeah, definitely modest. Top 3 most modest traders ever. Market's pushing up. I really need to get a shirt. I've been doing this top 3 greatest, most humble, and most attractive traders for the last like 6 months. I've been saying this. I need to get a shirt out there. Would y'all buy a shirt? Top 3 most humble. All right, market finally dipping down a little bit. The question is, are we in a new trend? Is the real question here. Are we in a new trend? Is this our new trend right now? Looks like it. We're bouncing directly off of that now. The most handsome and smartest traders ever. We're going to buy 2 contracts here, attack this trend, see if we move up. Took half off there. Go ahead and take the rest off there. Just made another little bit on that, attacking the trend in range. All right, so pulling back a little bit. All right. All right, so break it down under that trend. Let's see if we break down here. Yeah, so we got ISM non-manufacturing data coming out in a couple minutes. All right, starting to pop back up a little bit. I might short, but it depends on what Apple's doing. Apple still looks pretty strong here. My forward trade is gone completely in my favor, and now we are nicely green on the day again for Ford. Snapchat's still pushing up, man. SPY starting to bounce up too. We'll see if it is affected by this range that we drew. Also, we did a Twitter post, so respond to me on Twitter talking about how would you buy top 3 merch. Here's the link. So again, let me know on the Twitter. We just posted a question about merch on Twitter. So vote on. Let us know what you guys would think. Like, leave us a comment. Let us know on Twitter. All right, so again, we're kind of following this trend here. The real question is, does Apple break over highs again? Snap's about to test highs. Ford is all the way back up to 1320s. Snapchat's over 11 again. SPY over 413 again, and still pumping. All right, starting to move back up a little bit. I might buy this dip again. That looks like a strong little push, but we're going to take one contract. Again, we're already up over $200 on the day here. So, again, we're not going to take any super big risks. There's 2 contracts. More strength coming through. Apple just broke highs again, man. Wow. Surprising how strong Apple is, to be honest. And to a certain extent, it's not the most sensical thing ever. But hey, I think a lot of it is shorts getting squeezed out, to be honest. I think short squeezes are happening with this one. Yeah, we're going to cut that. That looks weak. So yeah, we got out of that. Still up about 200 on the day. Again, here's the profit graph right now. We're up about 205 on the day. Again, though, the surprising thing here is that I think shorts are probably getting squeezed out. Yeah, man. Yeah, guys. Listen, I appreciate everybody here. I really do. But I'm talking to Pawn about it, and this is absolutely true. Where it's like, bro, I've seen so many traders. We got PMI dropping in 4 minutes. I've had a lot of traders that have worked with the channel, you know, and like we had some traders. And again, I want you guys to really understand how I am. Like, if you guys want me to like talk to y'all and do all this stuff, I want y'all to really understand how I am. Right? Like, I very much dislike anybody telling, all right, Apple just broke highs. I'll talk to you about it later. Almost up to 153s here. We're at 152.80s. SPY's still pumping up, and so maybe the trend is widened a little bit here, but Apple just broke highs of the day again. PMI might influence markets some. I'm not sure how. Again, it'll influence them. We don't know how much. It's always a little bit different each time PMI drops, so we don't really know. But yeah, Apple just broke highs up to 152.80. But yeah, what I like is honesty. You know, like, I don't want people going around pressuring people to do anything. So like encouraging somebody to buy something and like telling somebody to buy something, I'm going to frown on that. I always will. Like, so pressuring somebody to buy anything and pressuring somebody to, and acting like an expert when you're not, goes against the whole ideology that I have with this channel. You know, we've had a lot of people that have wanted to work with me. Like so they want to be mods or whatever they are, but it's like they just can't stop pressuring people to do stuff. Like they get really sold and convinced on specific things and they just start yelling at people, hey, buy this sketchy penny stock or buy this stock or the market's going to go down or the market's going to go up or like whatever they want to say. Apple just broke highs again at 153s. 153s now, up over 153, still pushing. Let's see if the market starts to follow it. But Apple up to 153s now. And so again, like I said, I genuinely appreciate everybody here. I truly do, you know, but it's not one of those things where, like, again, if you act that way, I will completely ignore you. Again, it's something that people need to understand. Once I pin you as somebody that I think has either been banned before, been toxic and been banned before, and now it's just creating another alt account, especially with a few different specific people, or somebody that really pressures other people to influence their own positions, I'm just going to immediately either ban you or just ignore you. So just kind of following up on some of the rules here and how the rules are. And again, I'm going to say this. I appreciate you all for sure. Market Snapchat dipping down to 11s here. I'm tempted to buy some more, but I don't know how much more Apple can pump. I think we're a little bit extended here. Yeah, 1 minute before PMI comes out. And the reason I say this is because Pawn and I were talking about it. And it's like, we've had so many people, 30 seconds, guys, 30 seconds. I've had so many people that are like, yeah, thank you so much. I started trading a month ago. You've helped me really learn how to trade, blah, 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 blah. And they start working with the channel a little bit more. And then within 6 months, they're telling everybody they're experts that have been trading for 30 years and they've made $1 million or whatever it is. And it's just obvious nonsense, right? It's obvious BS. About 15 seconds, guys, 15 seconds. And so as traders, you got to learn to ignore those people because they're going to be out there. Apple just broke highs again ahead of the PMI reading. And again, PMI is dropping very soon. Expectations for non-manufacturing PMI are 50.4, so slight expansion. Apple just broke highs again, 55.2, so lower than expected manufacturing or non-manufacturing PMI. Lower than expected non-manufacturing PMI. It came in at 55.2 versus 50.4 expected. Oh, I'm sorry, much higher than expected non-manufacturing PMI. So much more expansion in manufacturing than expected here. They expected 50.4 expansion. They showed 55.2. And the market is initially not liking it, but it's starting to retrace a little bit. What this means is more non-manufacturing growth. It means more non-manufacturing growth. Apple just broke highs again. It's up to 153.5. 153.5. And again, we'll put the non-manufacturing data up on screen. We also have non-manufacturing prices coming at 67.8. 67.8. We had non-manufacturing employment coming in at an even 50. Non-manufacturing business activity come in at 60.4. We got the data up on screen right here. Market's starting to retrace a little bit from this, though. Apple broke highs again at 153.70s. Market's starting to follow it back up here. Market is starting to look a little strong. Apple's still testing highs. Apple just broke highs again at 154 or 153.80s. I mean, 153.80s. I really despise the doomsday tubers. Yeah, bro, there's so many of them, man. And it's like, again, I think they watch The Big Short and they pat each other on the back and they tell everybody that they know some secret information, that the market's going to crash. And it feels good to feel like you know some secret information. But then when the market doesn't crash, they just kind of double down on it because they get their pride in the way instead of just looking at like the obvious like numbers. And it is what it is, man. All right. SPY's starting to turn. So what I see here is I don't think the SPY likes this PMI data. I don't think it likes it, but Apple seemed to like it initially when it first came out. But the SPY is right at a make it or break it level. This 413 level in the SPY, which is right around here for the S&P 500 that you can see on the screen. It's right around here. Is a big level, a very relevant level. It's actually right around there. So the market just broke under the volume weighted average price, under 413. And again, like I said, I don't think the market likes this PMI data. Apple might have ripped up, but the rest of the market's starting to fade a little bit into it. Let's watch this low down here. So this low could be relevant as well. And again, maybe we got a new trend forming. We can watch for it. But these are two levels that I don't think the market liked. No, I don't think that's necessarily true, Morning Dew. I think it's okay to dislike the doomsday YouTubers because I think they're influencing traders' sentiment so hard and they're making traders lose money. Like I said, they've been saying the same thing for the last 4 months, and it's caused a lot of people who would have made money on the long side not to take the positions because you got a bunch of doomsday YouTubers telling everybody the market's going to crash, mostly trying to get clicks, right? And over time, you kind of start to notice that like they're pretty wrong about everything. Like they haven't been right. They certainly weren't right about the rate hike. And again, every rate hike, you got a certain amount of people that say, hey, the market's going to crash. And then when they're wrong, a lot of them are selling courses. What it really boils down to is like a lot of these doomsday people are selling courses, right? So they're slanging courses out here on the YouTube streets. And that makes them very resistant to admitting they're wrong. Which they've certainly been wrong about this latest week of action. Certainly been wrong about it. Like not arguable really at this point in time. And maybe we turned down afterwards, but a lot of people said we'd crash during the Fed meeting. And then when we didn't, they said we'd crash during Amazon and Apple earnings. And then when we didn't, they said we would crash during unemployment. And now that we didn't, they're going to say, oh, well, we'll crash next week during the Jerome Powell press conference. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of sensationalism. Yep, bought the short hype and stuck in a short position, missed out on the rally 100%. You're not the only one, bro. Again, I see it all the time. People act like I'm just complaining or whining or talking smack. I'm not mentioning names. I don't mention anybody specific. What I'm telling you guys is that the market doesn't have to crash. And if you got people selling courses who refuse to admit they're wrong, you're causing people to lose money. At a certain point, I'd rather just people be real and say, I don't know, because nobody knows, all right, so again, market's still testing this level, which we drew here. It's a big level. I think the thing to do with your channel is just to say you don't know like I do, right? Like I think that's the right move. Like I have no idea what market's going to do now, 5 minutes from now, 20 minutes from now, a day from now, 30 minutes from now, 6 years from now. I don't know. I will bet that in 6 years, the market will probably go up. All right, market's kind of neutral right now since the opening bell, that is. All right, Apple holding at 153s right now. So Apple is holding at 153s. All right, guys, subscribe if you haven't yet, guys. I appreciate the love and support for sure. Let's keep the growth up, team. Again, Snap, we're pretty green. Ford, we're slightly green. And Apple's still pushing up. Market's mostly consolidating back and forth right now, so we're pretty neutral in terms of trend, so y'all be careful. Is there a Biden speech right now? Let's see. I would stream it. Let me see. Man. Oh, I guess so. Yeah, so I'm not gonna trade then. Again, y'all hit that subscribe button. Help me hit 100K. We are very close. Oh yeah, they're probably worse for sure. Morning, and like we have a crypto channel. We're actually going to do a crypto show today. But you guys know me. I don't pump any of that stuff, man. I don't even post affiliates on the crypto channel. It's just, you know. All right, market sideways, but starting to creep back up a little bit short term. We'll see if it continues. Yeah, when is the speech? I can't find anything on it. I'm looking at the website. I don't see anything for today. Ah, here it is. Okay, we'll cover that. Bear with me, guys. We'll cover this. We're going to cover this, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me, guys. All right, so we've got the speech ready here. We're putting this up right now. It hasn't started yet. It's supposed to be at 10:15, so in 3 minutes we will see, but we got it up waiting here for you guys. Market is flying up right now. Okay, I think we are live. Hold on, let me see. What the heck was that? All right, we are waiting on the speech, guys. Waiting on the speech. Market's pushing up, though, ahead of it. Market is popping up here. Again, waiting. Nothing yet. Apple just broke highs again here, guys. Apple broke highs again. Speech is supposed to start about 2 minutes. Watch the market reaction here to it. Again, sub if you haven't yet. We appreciate it. Market testing highs again, man. Wow. Huge run-ups today, man. Absolutely huge run-ups. Kind of surprising how big this move is right now. Again, waiting on the speech to start. Market just broke highs again here, man. Wow. Huge run. What? All right, market's still testing highs again. Apple got up to almost 155s. Wow. Again, waiting for the speech to start, patiently waiting here. You can see the speech is supposed to start right around now. But let's take a little bit of time. Market looks pretty strong here, man. Again, we're waiting for this to start. It hasn't started anywhere yet. Snapchat breaking highs again. Market is right up there towards the highs. There we go. All right, here's the speech. About to start right now. I think. I'm going to switch to, there's an easier way to do it. Hold on one second. Bear with me, guys. Market is flying up right now, flying up. Usually these speeches are a little late. That's okay. I'm going to turn the music off as well. I'll just sit back. Apple just broke highs. SPY broke over 415. Snapchat just tested highs. It broke it. Waiting for the stream to start. Nothing yet. They haven't started yet. But just ridiculously strong movement right now. Just crazy strong. And again, I don't know if we're going to continue up, but just crazy strong upward momentum right now. You know, SPY just got up to 415.13s here. Look at this move right now, guys. That's crazy. Also, before the stream starts, y'all check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service. Super useful for identifying momentum in markets. If I pull up Trading View here and I pull up like the SPY, for instance, they're pretty accurate. Like even just looking at this today, right? So even if we just look at this today, you can see multiple bearish engulfing candles that literally called the top of this move. Big drop, reversal down, big drop. You can see when you pull back to the range support, they give a lot of signals and you get really nice bounces. Possible reversal up, big bounce, reversal down, drop, reversal down, drop, reversal up, bounce. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. I like to find a lot of these that show up together. So if you look at this here, you got like a bunch of these engulfing candles all showing up at once, and then you get a really nice bounce over the next like 20 minutes or so from this. And so big bounce from that. And again, they are a sponsor of mine. I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but it's very cheap. You can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. It's called Chart Prime. It's a trading view indicator service that again, I find can be very useful. And if you want to check it out, I'll post this link here. Again, great way to help support the channel. And again, we're waiting for the bottom speech to start. It's called Chart Prime. Again, though, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but if you want to check it out, the link is in the description. You get 20% off. Yeah, I use it pretty regularly, Gio. I think I've shown that too. Like I do use it. We'll see how long this takes, though. Sometimes they're a little bit behind schedule. And so, again, we're just kind of sitting patiently waiting for this to start, and, time will tell. We finally got a dip here. Apple pulling back, markets pulling back, waiting for the actual press conference to start. Nothing for them yet. Well, we just made another $70 or so trading futures here. So we're just kind of sitting around trading futures, waiting for this to start. We just bought that dip. And again, if I pull this up and we pull up the actual account balance today, we are up roughly $300, a little bit less than 300 on Top Step. So nice little gains here. And yeah, we'll keep it up. We're waiting for the speech to start. How late was the last one? Team. So does anybody remember how late the last speech was? Big pop up in markets right now. Man, I don't know if we got time to wait for that team. All right, let me see. Some other places cover it. All right, guys, still patiently waiting for this to start here. Still not there yet. Yeah, I'm just curious to see how it'll influence the market, what he says, positive or negative regarding this. Again, I don't know what he's going to say here. I'm just trying to see if he, says something good or bad, but I also don't really have time to sit here all day, even though like I really want my channel to hit 100K. Do me a favor, hit the subscribe button if you have not already, guys. And again, we truly do appreciate that. If you could hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that for sure. Market's getting ready to test the highs here, so we'll see. But I'm trying to be patient and wait for this, but it looks like it's taking a while. I just want to see how it's going to affect the market. Market's testing highs again because the market's been flying up. Market just broke highs again here, guys. Wow. That's kind of crazy, man. Market's going really nicely, really nicely. Big gains in the market right now. Again, I haven't really jumped on the back of it yet. I just don't know if I trust it quite yet. A little bit too high for me, to be honest here, if I'm being honest. It's just a little bit too high. So we'll see, but I'm not super interested in attacking this big green move yet. Again, I've made money a lot on the upside today. We have made a good bit of money on the upside trading this, but again, I'm just skeptical at this point in time. We're up enough already. I don't know if there's really a point in attacking this. Still going up. Again, patiently waiting here. Also, y'all do me a favor, hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. We're getting close. We're over 99K now. Sorry if my dog's barking. Yeah, I think this is going to take a little bit too long, guys. So we're going to go ahead and just pivot over to our crypto show. Again, if you haven't already, check out TopStep. TopStep is a really nice funded account program for futures. What they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 to 150,000 with a 90% split. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. And again, thank you guys so much, man. We are so close to hitting 100K. We'll hit it within the next few weeks, hopefully. Definitely by the 14th, that's for sure. But again, kind of sitting back waiting here. It doesn't look like they're going to start anytime soon, and I just don't have an hour to wait, unfortunately, here. So we're going to have to take our time and go to our crypto show. But again, if you want to check out TopStep, it's a funded account program. It's the easiest way to test yourself. Most people are going to fail. I'm definitely biased in their favor because I get paid by them and they're a sponsor of mine. But it's one of those things where in the end, it will help you build you into a better trader. Again, when we end this stream, it's immediately going to and you can check out the links to those in the description. Love you all. Y'all be safe. Y'all have a good weekend, guys. We'll be back next week. We got a Jerome Powell press conference next week. I'm hoping that'll get us pretty close to 100K. Yeah, so good luck. Yeah, we turned the music off because we thought the speech was about to happen, but they're late. And but anyways, guys, love you all. Y'all be safe. Again, we'll be back next week. Again, don't go anywhere. As soon as we close down this stream, it should immediately bring you to our crypto stream. So as soon as we close this down, it should immediately bring you to the crypto stream. And so if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. Again, we ended the week at just under 99.2 thousand subscribers. So 99.2, we got 800 subs basically left here. And that's doable here. That's certainly doable. So, hey, subscribe, hit the bell. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Again, we're going to end the stream. It's going to bring you to the crypto stream. I'll see you guys over there. Good luck. If it doesn't, it's youtube.com/beginnercrypto. So if it doesn't, here's the crypto link if you haven't seen it yet, just to put it out there in chat. But yeah, I'll see you guys over there.